Young men speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. I am here. You are here. This is good. It's going to be an interesting stream because I am sick as a dog. But I'm going to try to get through this. So I'll try to get through this. Is it going to be a fun and interesting thing? I've got my Sampel right here. I've got my Muppet cup. Hopefully you have a Muppet cup as well. If you do not, you can get one at the store. And we have it's such an interesting time. It's such an interesting time. We're going to be talking about the myth of World War II and what is evil and why those two things happen to be tied together in our world, right? For what we'll call very bad reasons, bad reasoning for sure. And this has just been coming up more and more pretty much everywhere, or at least maybe not that directly, but the sort of fraying of this myth has been absolutely everywhere. And a lot of things are being revealed, right? The flatness of the world. Carl Benjamin's been on several rants. He's doing a stream of, we just want to be left alone. It's like, but you weren't born alone, and you're not going to die alone, and you're not going to have been alone in the middle. It's a very optimistic take on the world. We want to be left alone. Probably not, was not in the cards, as we say. So we're going to start with some Nassim Taleb. We're going to turn to some random page here and see what we got. Social media are severely antisocial. Health foods are empirically unhealthy. Knowledge workers are very ignorant. And social sciences aren't scientific at all. And this is why I love Nassim Taleb. All of that is ridiculously correct. And so before we sort of jump in to things, maybe we should talk about what a myth is and why we care. Because that'll help us to frame exactly what it is I'm talking about. And then, why I'm going into it this way, right? So a myth is a way of tying things together for us because we suck at it. We suck at tying things together, at seeing the big picture because we're not big creatures at the end of the day, right? You're one human in a sea of many. That's why you can't be left alone, Carl Benjamin. And we interact quite a bit. We're cooperative creatures, right? And we like to cooperate. We cooperate quite readily. And that fact of us being tied together means that we need a way to tie ourselves to the world and ourselves to each other and ourselves to nature. And without that, we can't function, or at least we can't function very well. And so myths in that sense are inevitable. And they use or create, depending upon how you look at it, symbolism to do this, right? So there's this symbolic interaction that happens, and that's where symbols come from. They are both formed by and form myths because they're ways of connecting things together that otherwise cannot be easily connected together. And we need that tying together because it just turns out that if you try to live alone in nature, you'll die and you will procreate. Right? So it just turns out the fact that we have a society and a culture and there are buildings and houses and electricity and internet is a function of the myths that we tell. And you can see sort of the failure of a mini myth or a mini system. Um, I mean, myths are not systems, right? Systems are purely human made. Myths are not actually human made at all. They're observations about a larger world. But you can see sort of Jordan Peterson coming to an end, if you will, in that the things that Jordan Peterson brought to the table had a sell by date, a shelf life, and sort of the irony here is that someone like Paul Vanderklay, my friend Pastor Paul, seemed to see this, right? He said early on, and many times, like he wanted to catch people where Peterson left them off. And I thought that was a good goal. And I tried to help him with that. And that didn't work for whatever silly reason. It turns out he didn't actually want help doing that. He wanted help doing something else entirely different. I don't know what that was. Hasn't done anything in 8 years. So it's sort of hard to say what's going on there. But he correctly identified the gap. But no one and nothing filled that gap. Lack of leadership, right? Peterson didn't have leadership, didn't want leadership. Peterson didn't want leadership due to the myth of World War II, interestingly. So we'll circle back around to that. And so his little system of helping people had an end. And a lot of people want to go back. I mean, Paul just did a video on this today, which I happen to watch because it's only 35 minutes. So 10 minutes too long, buddy. 10 minutes too long. Cut another 10 minutes off those videos. It'll help. So it had a sell by date because of the lack of leadership, among other things, and no one else picked up the mantle, or some people tried. Right, there was rebel wisdom and things like that. There's some of John Vervaeke's work where he, tried, but then subsequently seemingly abandoned some of that work. I tried to work with the Vervaeke Foundation. That didn't work out. A year of effort wasted. Very unfortunate. And so you can see how these things, when they run out of steam, if you will, or momentum, I have to do that video at some point. This is what happens. There's a failure, things stop, they end, right? And there's a problem inherent in that. And so the myth enchants the world, right? It holds our symbols and it connects things for us when we cannot. That's what Peterson did. He used his psychology to connect the world, to connect you to the world and you to yourself. That's the big five, right? And so almost mythical, but not quite. And he did re-enchant things, like the biblical stories, right? Because he tied that in. And so it's almost a myth. It almost enchants the world, or we'll say enchants the world enough. But the myth of World War II, which has been upon us all along, everybody that's alive pretty much is stuck in this myth, has a bunch of side effects. And the results of one of those side effects, I'm kind of seeing all over the place, So today, in fact, this morning, there was a tweet by a guy named Dan Talks, and Dan Talks One at Dan Talks One. I'll just read part of the tweet. The rest of the tweet is wrong, unfortunately, but it's close. Like people are getting closer, kind of, to the enchanted world, to the hierarchy. He starts with, "This is the most ruthless post I have and probably ever will do. And this is the intellectual skeleton key to turning the West around." Yeah, no, definitely not. There are a few posts that will change your perception of the world. This is one of them. I certainly hope not, because a lot of what he says in the post is wrong. But the following that he says is quite correct. "There is no such thing as migrant crime. There is no such thing as migrant rapes, thefts, scams, or murders. Crime is when somebody within your tribe or in-group violates the rules that your own tribe has created. These are not universals. Rather, idealized preferences," that's also wrong, "that you have as a Westerner in a Western country." That's also wrong, because laws are everywhere. It could just be him being sloppy. "These are not, quote, real." Oh, yes, they are. "They are preferences." Oh, no, they're not. As to how you want your society to function. Okay. And he goes on and he talks about humans being tribal and we're not individuals. That's good, although he puts individuals in quotes. Um, but his basic point is correct. And the question is, how did we get to the point where we think migrants should be subject to our protections under our laws? Because laws are designed to protect the people, at least in the United States. Maybe not in Europe, by the way. That might be important. So the question is, how do we get to this? Well, we got to this through human rights. Oh, where the hell does the concept of human rights come from? Well, human rights is a trick. And it's tied up in the myth of World War II. So I want you to keep in mind this idea about human rights. Humans, by the way, while we have tribes, we are not fundamentally tribal. That is just a silly way to speak about the world and completely wrong. Tribalism exists within human groups. That's a better way to say it. But lots of other things also exist within human groups. You can't reduce it to tribalism. Reduction is the problem of the myth of World War II. So the myth of World War II took all rights and elevated them to all humans without defining those rights, by the way, ever, to put war criminals on trial. This was to assuage our guilt at not preventing something seen as preventable in hindsight. The flat world has brought upon us the curses of materialism and knowledge. And now we're stuck with these curses of materialism and knowledge as the highest value, the age of gnosis. Welcome to the age of gnosis. It was always there, but it becomes a big problem in the flat world created by the myth of World War II. And one thing that you'll hear in the myth of World War II as it continues to collapse effectively, and it's collapsing, it's coming to its sell-by date or its end date because effectively it can't hold us anymore. Right. The lies perpetrated to get this idea of human rights across are becoming obvious and affecting the world in ways that are so negative that they can't be denied any longer. Seeing that particularly in the UK. But our problems, because you're going to hear this a lot, are not time issues. Not like, well, those things functioned, during the 20th century, but we're in the 21st. That's a dumb way to talk. That is wrong. The issue is good and bad, and we don't know the difference. And we don't know the difference because we're not judging, because we're told not to judge, which is an incorrect misinterpretation of the Bible, basically, among other things, among a bunch of other concepts. So you don't have to judge because The truth is obvious because there's an objective material reality, and that's where the truth is. And if you don't know it, that's okay. The science people will tell you because they're very big on that. Also, they seem to be power hungry psychopaths, but that's a different issue. We won't discuss that today. But we don't know the difference between good and bad. Is that a time issue? In the past, we knew good and bad. And then when you had good and bad as ways of understanding the world, the laws and rules don't matter so much because you can apply them fairly and correctly. But you can't do that if you don't have good and bad. I mean, you need other things too, but like you got to start with good and bad. That's really important. Right? And the thing is, with this universalization, with this flattening of the world, which is the same thing, universalism is flattening. It's a type of flattening. Equality, type of flattening. Don't do that. If equality is true, then evolution is at an end. All of it. No part of evolution works in an equal world. It doesn't function anymore. So that's good to know, right? You see all these evolutionary theorist people, or evolution believers, as I like to call them, talking about equality. And I'm like, bro, put you out of business. I don't know what to tell you. Right? We're living in a time where, because of this flattening, anything that's not complicated, anything that's not like a grand narrative that ties a bunch of things together, in other words, simple truths, are suspect. There's a case going on right now in Massachusetts called the Karen Reed case. It's kind of nationally known because it's a woman who killed her husband. And I hate to break it to people, but like, it's fairly obvious that she's guilty as the day is long. I mean, one of the articles I read was talking about how in round 2, because there's a retrial somehow, which is, I don't know why these things happen. The court systems have to be blown up and rebuilt from scratch with good and bad in mind. Saying like, the defense is like, but she didn't say I killed him, I killed him, I killed him. She only said it twice. Or it's not I killed him, I ran him over, or I hit him. That's what it was. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. No, she only said that twice. I'm like, well, 2 or 3 times doesn't really matter. But hey, if that's your defense, I guess you're guilty. Why this isn't obvious to everybody, I don't know. That one fact alone should tell you everything you need to know about the case, guys. It really should. But everybody wants more information, more knowledge, more. Right? It's like, no. That one thing right there tells you everything you need to know. She's not denying that she says I hit him twice. It's only denying that she said I hit him 3 times. But you hit him, right? So 2, 3, 10 doesn't really matter at that point. It's still wrong. It's still bad, right? Guilty. I don't need any more information. More information will not help, but it will confuse me and get me lost. So let me try to outline for you this myth of World War II. It's improper to talk about World War II because it cannot be. It doesn't happen without the Great War and the treaty that tries to end the war as a result, but not the treaty itself. Like if you read the Treaty of Versailles, you'll kind of get a feeling for what's going on and why it's bad, right? But if you ignore all the things that happened around that treaty and because of that treaty, and in spite of those things, that treaty was written, because that's what you really have to keep that in mind. Like there's a bunch of players here trying to get a fair shake for Germany. Not that Germany didn't do something wrong or anything like that. Like no one's saying like Germany should be allowed to skate free and get away with starting the Great War. No one's got that attitude about it. But France is being particularly vindictive, which is ironic because between France and Germany, they're the destroyers of all things. We'll say in the age of Gnosis for sure. Ironic that we couldn't just wipe them both out and solve the problem for the rest of us. France is being ridiculously vindictive. At one point, France, I don't remember if this made it into the treaty or if it was just part of the drafts, but I think it did make it in the treaty, though. They're asking for reparations in excess of the total GDP of the planet Earth. This is how unreasonable they are. They're being completely ridiculous. And one of the methods they're using to do this, we want financial reparations nonsense, is the trick of individualism. They're valuing people with money. That is a function of the end of the first act of the Great War. And again, you can't call World War I and World War II because that didn't happen. What happened was there was a Great War with a break in the middle because one of two things was going to happen at the end of the first set of battles, we'll say, at the end of the first act of the Great War. Either there would be no Germans left on the planet, for real. Like they were all going to get starved to death. Like just looking at the treaty, they all would have starved to death. If you read contemporary sources, and I have, by the way, which is how I know this, because I did my research. This is before the internet. There was no internet. We're talking microfiche. The contemporaries after the Treaty of Versailles were basically convinced that in 5 years, Germany wouldn't exist, and those people would all basically be starved to death. Now, what kind of a vacuum that creates and what happens as a result, there's lots of theories, but nobody, no serious thinker thought that Germany as a nation was going to exist in 5 years. 5 years. They thought it was all done. Now, the League of Nations, which is a precursor to the UN, failed to do anything useful about getting France to back off and not destroy Germany as a nation. And Germany's a relatively new nation. We can argue about whether or not Germany should have ever been a nation and all that nonsense. However, those arguments are important for the myth of World War II. If you start at World War II, you start with individualism. You start with the idea of human rights because they wanted to put the Germans on trial and punish them publicly in a war for war crimes. But as we've outlined earlier, because at Dan Talks One is not wrong about this, the idea of law is specific in particular to your culture. Every country has laws. Sometimes localities have laws. Where I live, and in many other places, not in the state, where I live, you have to cover the back of your pickup truck so that things don't fly out onto the road. That's not true of the surrounding towns, right? Laws are specific things that are agreed upon. Whether you agree with them or not is irrelevant, but they're agreed upon by the people living there, and that's why they're changeable, right? We agree to follow these rules until we change them, right? And maybe they get changed in a way that you don't like and you don't agree, but you're still living there. So the fact that you're living there is the agreement. I hate to break it to you. Like the agreement doesn't have to be explicit, right? You don't have to run down the list and say, well, I consent to all these laws in order to live here. No, you live here and therefore you consent to the laws, period. If you don't like it, move. If you can't afford to move, tough. It just, the world is that way and it's never been any different for anyone else and it's not going to be any different for you or anyone that comes after you, ever. That's not the way the world works. Is it? It's not physics, but it might as well be, right? There's certain ways in which things operate and ways in which they don't. Ways in which they don't or any other way. Sorry. It is what it is. The groups impose, and you need them to survive. So you will be imposed upon as the result of your survival. If you don't like that, don't survive. Like, And people go, well, I don't understand nihilism. I understand nihilism all too well. So it seems really easy to me. Sorry, you don't. But this treaty that gets set up, this idea of human rights, this concept of individualism as a primary way of thinking about things, we'll say, uh, all comes from this idea of World War II. It's not World War II. It's not. The players are the same from World War One, pretty much, with very, very few differences. The ideologies at play haven't changed at all. So in the foxholes of the Germans are found copies of Thus Spake Zarathustra, which is Friedrich Nietzsche's novel. In both, quote, wars, they're still carrying around Nietzsche as a justification for their soldiers, as a way of indoctrinating their soldiers and keeping them motivated. Maybe a hint as to whether or not you should read or engage with Nietzsche, by the way. And that's really all you need to know. Like, if your so-called philosophy or ideology or whatever, leads to a justification for mass slaughter of innocents and the moving of your borders through force, mechanized force, because the mechanized force part is actually super important. But again, you don't understand non-mechanized. You don't understand mechanized war if you don't understand non-mechanized war, and you have to go back before so-called World War I to understand that. Because the introduction of tanks is the Great War, the beginning of the Great War, not the middle of the Great War, which is this so-called World War II myth bullshit, because it's bullshit. You won't understand any of that, and you won't understand why this treaty was a big deal and how this treaty to end the conflict temporarily, because it only ended it temporarily, guys, is so seminal to our myth and our misunderstanding of everything in the world. I'm not being hyperbolic. Everything in the world has been affected by this nonsense. Not everyone, not every institution, but everything, including those institutions, right, has been affected by this myth. The treaty was so heinous, and the attempts to fix it were just not successful. It was so bad, the League of Nations eventually couldn't hold. I mean, unfortunately, we get the UN in exchange, which is downgrade of downgrades. Woodrow Wilson was heartbroken. Not that I'm a fan. I think he's a leftist communist scumbag, but he was president, and he did good work as president of the United States. So he and I are okay, also communist scumbag. But, you would think didn't work. Good hint. Nope. They tried again. Now we get the UN. And we haven't figured out the UN doesn't work either, right? I mean, we're starting to figure that out. That myth is breaking apart again, right? This idea of global government as such is breaking apart. And it was all ginned up to do these trials as a result of this treaty and trying to resolve these conflicts. And there were a lot of conflicts to resolve, right? Ironically, the Great War is the result of a bunch of bad treaties that were interpreted in the worst possible way, which caused global conflict. All of this is driven by a spirit, by the way, but that would involve talking about the Great War and not this myth of World War II, so I will not get into that here. If you want to hear about that, leave me a comment on this video, and maybe I'll do a video on it at some point. So this treaty and the attempt to create a treaty that doesn't destroy the German people, because that's very much what the Treaty of Versailles is attempting to do. There's really, I don't think there's any dissenting voices on that, except maybe in the UK, where their history departments are so corrupt that they don't understand what loyalists are, or that the East India Company was a monopoly, and all kinds of things that any idiot would know. That's Oxford history department, by the way. Probably Oxford's been all done for quite some time and no one noticed. Because this treaty is so disastrous, the other nations try to prop Germany up. So they dump a tremendous amount of money and resources into Germany after the Treaty of Versailles to try to assuage their guilt for not being able to prevent this tragedy against the German people, who, even with those efforts, it is still believed will not exist in 5 years. This is a big deal. No one ever talks about this. This is all pre this World War II imaginary time frame. Very middle out thinking, by the way. If you don't understand middle out thinking, navigating patterns, video on middle out thinking. But this is perfect middle out thinking, World War II. Perfect. Perfect. Such a ridiculous frame. It's foolishness. It's total foolishness. All the interesting things that happened, we'll say, that happened to lead up to that second conflict, and all of the things that happened after that second conflict are all the result of things that happened at the Treaty of Versailles. Because we can't have the Treaty of Versailles again. And so we need a trial. We need a trial because we can't go through the Treaty of Versailles again. We have to placate the French somehow, although why we don't bomb them into non-existence is beyond me, but that's a different video. At least Paris. Don't like Paris. So why is this form of middle out thinking so important, this new myth? Because there's a new evil, and it's a penultimate evil. It's evil incarnate in one human being, in one evil dictator. Now keep in mind, in Europe, right after the first act of the Great War, there's dictators all over the freaking place, man. That's right. The whole dictator thing is kind of a big deal because Napoleon started it. The dictators are not unusual at this point. Sorry, they're just not, right? The beheading of the English king really causes a problem. And since then, we've been suffering. And if you don't believe me about that, you can watch the history videos in the history playlist on navigating patterns. Adam and I go over all this in those videos. So we've got dictators left, right, and center, but one of them is this penultimate evil. And that's fine, whatever. But also in the myth of World War II, there is no penultimate good. There are some heroes, some of whom are definitely not heroes, some of whom turn out to, by any standard, be as evil or more evil than the penultimate evil somehow, right? And because we have a new measure of just evil, by the way, there's no measure of good in the myth of World War II. That causes a reset of the culture. That's what it causes. It causes a cultural reset, wholesale. Just we go from a culture that understands, or cultures, I should say, that understand a bunch of stuff and know good from evil and understand the virtues and understand values and the importance of things. And they have fully formed countries. They have an understanding of hierarchy. All of that is gone. Most importantly, the understanding of hierarchy vanishes with the myth of World War II. But that didn't happen in World War II. That happened in the Treaty of Versailles because they wanted to value every individual killed that was French. They wanted to put a number on each of those people, a financial number. Okay, so that had already happened before the second conflict. It already happened. Why do we treat people like numbers? Well, I don't know. Probably because of the Treaty of Versailles, bro. I don't think it was done before that. Certainly not at that scale, for sure. Right? And now, what's the result of having this myth? Well, one of the things is we kind of take for granted the technology that we have, right? From that myth. And everything back before, quote, World War II was barbarian. These people are stupid. They didn't have this wonderful technology. It's kind of dangerous because if you're paying attention, and you're probably not, and fair enough, like this is hard, right? But your unconscious gets this, by the way. Nobody ever talks about the unconscious. Most important part of psychology is the unconscious. Nobody ever discusses it. Your unconscious is going to make the connection that we traded this war, this conflict for this technology because that definitely happened. Are they causally linked? That's a harder question to answer, I would have to say. Most certainly they are, but the proof for that is difficult and people will resist it because nobody wants to think, oh, we had to kill a bunch of French and Germans in order to get all the things we have, like nuclear power, right? Nuclear power is German. Rockets, German, like entirely German, by the way. There's 0% other countries, all German. Um, Pretty much at least 90%, but probably 100% of particle physics, German. They're all Germans. Almost all of them are Germans, right? Everything that we say we have from the myth of science, which is a myth that comes out of World War II or is trying to emerge from World War II, is the result of German technology. And I know I've said in the past, I think all of our technology, except possibly the transistor, uh, is from Germany. Well, guess who has the first patent on transistor technology? Never built one though, right? It's still Bell Labs is the first one to build a transistor, but the first patent comes from the Austro-Hungarian Empire or the remnants of it. Kind of German, at least from the same place as the penultimate evil dictator. Um, Interesting indeed. Interesting indeed. That would make, if you can make that case, and maybe you can't, and fair enough, that would make all the technology we have, actually all of it, the result of German peoples. All of it. We are living in the technology built from way before the Second World War, but no one talks about that because we're stuck in this stupid myth. And everything before World War II didn't exist if it was technological. All technology starts at World War II. And then it is attributed to the war. Now, attributed to the war might be correct because things like tanks and planes were definitely advanced, right? Because of war, just as Leonardo da Vinci, most of his work is war machines because that's what people were paying for. And then he had spare time and he could do other things and make other things that maybe weren't obviously useful in war. And so he took advantage of that. That's a very common pattern historically, by the way. That's absolutely everywhere. Right? You get patronage. Some of your patronage is we need war machines. We need ways to be able to defend ourselves against our enemies or attack our enemies, to be perfectly fair. And therefore, this is how the patronage works. You seem like a smart guy. We'll give you some money. You invent some stuff. We'll build it, right? Very old system, right? All gone. All gone. All gone because of what we tell ourselves about how things happened in World War II. And there is a reset of culture. But we do take it, take it for granted that everything before World War II is stupid. And because of the Treaty of Versailles, this idea of globalism sneaks up on us. It's really the Treaty of Versailles that causes this globalism nonsense. And it's not that those ideas weren't around. I read an article once, forget where it was from, But it was basically this guy talking about this entry that he found that was a diary entry from 1915. And he was talking about global trade because he was part of the British Empire. So he was able to order anything from the streets of London delivered to him in Africa in a catalog in 1915. Globalism, at least in terms of trade, is not that new. In terms of government, it is the function of the Treaty of Versailles. As near as I can tell, I could be wrong. I'm not like a total expert on this, but I have actually researched it. And I did so before the internet. And I did so, over many, many hours and many days and many weeks and many months and probably many years, right? So this is something I kind of know something about. And you can look this stuff up. Like I have tried to verify after the fact, and it's all still there, right? There might be other narratives around or something, but this myth of World War II and some of the things I'm telling you, or all the things I'm telling you, you can look them up. Like they're definitely still around. They might have competing views or whatever, and some of my views may be wrong. That's always possible, but I don't freaking think so. So, what is it that we don't see post this myth of World War II, which didn't exist and didn't really happen that way? Not that there wasn't a war and lots of innocent people and guilty people didn't die, because of course they did. Like that's not, I'm not saying the facts are not the facts and they didn't happen. I'm just reframing the narrative because there's no such thing as World War II. It doesn't make any sense by itself because it wouldn't have happened on its own. Our world is still driven by the success of Germany. And to be fair, much of that success is due to our, as in the US specifically, but a lot of other countries too, investments to save the German people post the first act of the Great War. And the thing is, Germany, you have to understand, because this is absolutely vital, because you really don't understand what happened if you don't understand the following. Germany is devastated. They get a bunch of investment. They can't make that investment work as well as everybody expects until a certain penultimate, quote, evil comes along, by the way. So at the time, doesn't seem so bad because he effectively performs the miracle that becomes Germany. It goes from a devastated region of hyperinflation and no hope, with all of the brightest minds writing that it will not exist in 5 years, to the greatest success story of any country, of any time period that you can come up with. That includes the first industrial revolution in the United Kingdom and the second industrial revolution, the one in the United States. And it includes the third industrial revolution in the United States, which would be the ramp up for the second act of the Great War. And Germany outpaces everybody. It's, for all intents and purposes, especially from the perspective of what was happening at the time and what people were thinking about what would happen in the future, a miracle. So this one person meets with rousing success by taking advantage of the things that his country is being given and turns it into something that no one thought could happen. It's not that Germany survives. Germany becomes the most successful nation in a ridiculously small time frame. Using technology, by the way, that's a big problem, right? Using material, using ridiculous amounts of money, right, to be successful. And the thing is, all of our technology, all of it, and again, I made the case earlier for semiconductors, even, and all of our philosophical thought is informed by and completely wrapped up in the second act of the Great War. and the success of Germany in spite its complete and utter devastation. You have to understand that. You have to understand that. It's not because people don't realize it's not before the conflict that the German people are in love with the person that they ultimately vote democratically as their dictator. It's a little weird for us to think about, but that happened all the time in Europe, all the time, uh, and after, if memory serves, after, all the time, democracy led straight to dictatorship. They didn't just elect him to office; they actually had another election to make him dictator for life. That was an election. That was a democratically elected person. Okay. So there's your democracy. Take your democracy and shove it where the sun don't shine. It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. But nobody talks about that. Why? Because it happened before the war. This is some weird psychotic split. It's schizophrenia. Oh, we're just going to ignore all the stuff that happened before the whatever date you want to give for the conflict, because people give different dates. Right? Was it the invasion of Poland? Poland didn't exist until after the Treaty of Versailles, guys. I hate to break it to you. Didn't exist. It was part of Germany. That's why it may seem clear to us that that was the flashpoint, but it wasn't clear to them that that would be a flashpoint. It's still wrapped up in all of this. It's still part of what we think about the world and how we think about the world and how we make sense of the world. We're still caught in the web of this ridiculous myth of World War II. Once you understand that it was a miracle, and once you read about what actually happened, we'll say, during the rise of this dictator, there's all sorts of interesting little facts, like guns had been banned. So people tried bombing this person before they rose to power. And of course, the bombs didn't work because they're imprecise. And you don't want gun ownership, huh? Why? Why don't you want gun ownership? Seems like it would have solved the problem, or at least something that you identify as a problem, post-war. Right. It's very complicated, right? Because now you're conflicted. Oh, maybe gun ownership for citizens is good because there were people willing to walk up and shoot people in the head back then in the beer halls when they were going on their little anti-Semitic rhetoric. That's correct. But they couldn't do that because they couldn't get any guns because the Weimar Republic did not allow guns. Right. They had to rely on bombs. They just killed a bunch of innocent people and solidified someone's idea that maybe they were divine because they kept getting attacked and those attacks kept failing. Those attacks, by the way, started in the first act of the Great War. Once you kind of put all these pieces together, and then you find out what happened as a result of the rise to power and the, follow me and we will not. It's like, well, if you're not going to do what's right for Germany, then we're going to have to do something to you, seize your assets, among other things. It's not an unreasonable and irrational, and it's certainly not evil to say, hey, if you're not going to play ball with your own country where you live, then we're going to seize your assets and use them to make the country great because you're unwilling to invest in the place in which you live. And it's also not unreasonable to say, hey, we're not investing in this project because everybody we've read says this project is going to fail. This is not an easy thing to untangle, guys. It's really not. It's really complicated when you get right down to brass tacks. But what is easy is to realize everybody around the world, not just the German people, thought of this one dictator as a hero, as a miracle worker, doing something no one else thought could be done. Forget about the time frame. The time frame for the rebuilding of Germany is not even realistic today. If you told me today you could do that, I'd be like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't think all the money in the world can do that. And I'd be right, by the way, because it's not the money that does the work. It's the power of the strength of the character of the person. And that includes their charisma. Charisma and the knowledge and understanding of its importance is definitely one of the most important things that we have lost in the myth of World War II. But I'll cover that later. So you have to understand the line of extreme progress, we'll say material progress, begins in the late 1800s in the US. That's where it begins. And it's in the US and people wanting to follow the US. And this is not unprecedented, right? Like, really, the UK, they're the Industrial Revolution. We stole the technology from them. We really did. You can look that up. History of the city of Lowell, where I grew up. If you want to challenge me on that, you can. You'll definitely be wrong. There's something I know for sure. Well researched, well studied. Why is it called Lowell, Mark? Because the guy who stole the technology from England had an eidetic memory and wrote it all down and brought it back. And his investors, because that's how all of that will always work forever, as a thank you to him, among other things, named the city after the city that they built. It was a planned city. Lowell was a planned city. So the idea of modernization becomes a thing. Modernization is seeing what the UK and now the US, that upstart colony, which fawns over Europe, by the way, to this day, for some stupid reason, are the progenitors of. Right? Russia sees this; they want to modernize. This happens long before the first war, the first act of the Great War. Right? This idea of modernization and upgrading and sort of adopting materialism as a measure and as a way of running your society, right? As a priority within what you're doing, right? We're not all going to live as farmer peasants. There was a big argument with the founding fathers of the United States over this. So this argument goes way back before industrialization. Before industrialization, this is an argument. What kind of society do you want to have? You want a society of cities or a society of farmers, roughly speaking? It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but I don't have time to get into the ridiculous details of that history. Just know that this is an old argument. It predates the myth of World War II. It also causes the myth of World War II. So countries are copying the success of the US and the UK, to be fair, because the UK did it first, through this thing called modernization. Now, I've talked about the word modern and my hatred of it in a video on navigating patterns. You can check that video out, right? But the idea of progress through materialism, roughly speaking, begins to dominate and measure, which had already been introduced by the success of Napoleon. And again, history videos with Adam. If you don't believe me, it's all there. Really flips the script. Right now, things are quantity over quality, because ultimately, city versus farm is quantity versus quality all day long. Quantity of people, quantity of things that they can have. How many people can you get in an area, right? All of these things. And there's a place for cities. There's a place for farms. I'm not going to go after cities. I think cities of a certain size. I live outside the capital city of South Carolina. Thank you very much. beautiful sized city. Some days I wish it was a little larger. Some days I wish it was a little smaller. I'm pretty happy. I live in the woods on 12 acres with a pond. I have access to everything within half an hour. Everything I could want. I don't have an Apple store. I want an Apple store. I got to drive an hour and change, an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending upon which bigger city I want to go to. I want to fly. I got to drive an hour and 15 minutes, but I can fly internationally. It's a pretty good trade-off. So I'm not Boo City. I'm not Boo Farm. And I'm very much living in the middle, although this is as farm as it gets. Right? If I weren't sick, I could do something with my 12 acres, but as it is, I cannot. This progress, this argument switches from quality to quantity. And you have to understand that to understand why France is like, we're going to put a number on each individual that was killed in this first conflict of the Great War. And that's what we're going to use to destroy our foes, the Germans. We're basically going to wipe them out because it's basically what they're doing or trying to do. And no one can stop it and they all feel bad. It's really important. It's really important to understand that. Like, you're just not going to get the world that we're in if you don't understand what led up to this myth. And the thing is, we've been living off bad stories by bad storytellers, right? These flat worlder materialists for far too long, and it's starting to break apart. A bunch of other things are happening at the same time, right? So what's happening at the same time? The rise of psychology. Psychology is an individualistic frame that is wrong about everything, by the way, that leads to these tactics and techniques that will say people higher in the hierarchy with a different, say, sight or vision of the world can then use against other people. This did not exist before. It's not that those systems or ways of operating weren't there. It's that they were guarded, held close, and only granted to people of a certain class. Because of the late 1800s, the world is flattening. Because of the success of the United States specifically, the world is flattening. The US is a very unique and interesting and weird place. Very strange. It validates a bunch of things, right? It validates this idea of Protestantism as a successful way to move forward in the world, which it cannot be, by the way. And that's part of what's breaking down, is the lie of Protestantism, and its success is becoming more clear. You actually know this quite clearly, right? Because if you read something like Albion Seed, which, to be fair, I have not read, or you understand the history that Albion Seed is talking about, the Protestants were fighting each other in the U.S. Tooth and nail, right? That was the thing. They were battling, just like they were in Europe. No difference, right? It's only the revolution that puts mostly an end to most of that, right? Up until the Civil War, which again is a very, it's the Civil War is an upgrade to the battles pre-Revolutionary War, but along very clear lines, which is to say private versus public Protestantism. Wonderful, wonderful concept by Colin Woodard, or at least that's where I read it, in American Nations. Wonderful book. Got to read American Nations to understand the U.S. You're not going to understand the U.S. without it. But those bad stories told by bad storytellers are wrapped up in this idea of psychology. Because psychology appears to explain at the, quote, individual layer, which doesn't exist, by the way. You're not an individual. You never have been. You never will be. No one else has ever been an individual or will ever be an individual. You're a person connected to other persons, connected to yourself, connected to nature, right? It sorry, you can't be left alone, as Carl Benjamin would like. Uh, don't know why he's saying that. It's so weird. He didn't learn from Gamergate, I guess, which he was in the middle of. These stories are weaponized through psychology. Many of these stories are weaponized in a way that we now call marketing. Now, marketing is not the weaponized stories or weaponized myths. That's not what marketing is. However, you can certainly do that with marketing techniques. Marketing does not necessarily have techniques. It's the function of the failure of the church or the recession of the church. In the US, the church did not recede so much as it never formed, right? Because we don't have Christendom. Didn't happen here. There's no Christendom in the US. There never was. That might be a problem, actually, but that's a different live stream. So we've been living off these bad stories told by poor storytellers, usually to get something that they want, like maybe an understanding of the myth of World War II, right? Uh, maybe, let me just scan real quickly at Dan Talk's tweet here. Liberalism is a belief and an attempt to universalize the Western tribe to everyone. Okay, to some extent, I can see why you would say that. That is not what liberalism is. Liberalism is based on the idea of the individual, which is based on Rousseau, ultimately. You can say it predates Rousseau. I really don't care. Rousseau's the guy. Okay. And the misunderstanding of Descartes, which is super important. I just for some reason noticed it today. Descartes, I think, therefore I am. People confuse this with thinking is what I am. And then you have retarded people speaking on Christian Baxter's live stream in the live chat about being a thinking person and all this nonsense way of thinking about the world that doesn't work because they were told bad stories by bad storytellers. So, and John Vervaeke actually goes into this, right? Not Descartes didn't get it wrong, but everybody that came after him misunderstood his work. I agree. Also, they're bad storytellers telling bad stories. And we've been living off that for too long. It's breaking down. The great revealing is here. I've been talking about this past few live streams. The revealing is here. What it will reveal, I do not know. Everyone's going to see different things, obviously, because it's a big world and there's a lot of lies out there. And they're all getting exposed. And what you're exposed to is going to be somewhat unique to you at a group level and at a personal level, because there's no such thing as an individual level, as I have covered before. The best way to think about what's happening is not necessarily the end of the myth of World War II, although that is a good way. It's the end of materialism. Materialism is a better way to think about it. It's not the end of modernity. Modernity is a bad term. See my video on navigating patterns for why this has to be the case. I make the case there. The case is fairly unassailable, right? Now, it's not the myth that's ending. It's the end of materialism as a way of dealing with, understanding, and manipulating the world that is causing the myth to fail. So materialism, appropriately, is the ground reality that we've been trying to operate under that doesn't work. We think it's the ground reality because the thing above it, the myth of World War II, has been very persuasive. So we have been using materialism and only materialism to understand and manipulate our world. It just turns out that that doesn't work. Now, it works 90% of the way or so. Why 90%, Mark? Pareto principle. Taleb talked about it first. Peterson also talked about it, though. Not wrong. Very important. All natural curves are Cauchy curves, or follow the Pareto principle. The 80-20 rule, but it's a 90-10 rule because it's a curve with two ends. The end of materialism proves that the myth of World War II doesn't hold anymore. right? That materialism is failing us and is causing panic. The tricks that worked for political parties to have any power at all in the United States, the Democrats, um, no longer work. They have run out. They no longer function. The material way of implementing these tricks has failed. There's lots of reasons for this. One is the rise of the internet, by the way, right? And once you have competing sources of truth or competing potential sources of truth, and one source of truth fails, this is the fall of the fourth estate. See my video. That's actually a really good video. Most important video on the channel, I think, is fall of fourth estate. Like, if you want to understand what's going on now, the fall of the fourth estate is really seminal to understanding exactly what the hell happened, right? Because we have the crumbling of the fourth estate and the rise of the internet. Now, the internet was there first. It didn't rise. It could have risen at any point, actually, right? By any measure. But it only rose when the fourth estate was so obviously fallen that it couldn't be ignored anymore. That's when people flooded to like the Joe Rogans of the world. It happened before that. Gamergate is definitely the turning point. I have a video on 2014. It's one of the live streams. You can watch that for more on that, right? So all of this is causing panic. It's causing more chaos. The destruction of a myth is no joke, and it's not good. It's not going to help us. I mean, we needed to get out of it. So in the long term, this is a good thing, but also this is not good. This is not good. And we're just at the beginning. Things are going to get a hell of a lot worse. I hate to say it, but like, sorry, bro. And the thing is, this myth is bad because it's flat. It doesn't talk much about hierarchy. It doesn't help us understand the hierarchical nature of the world. In World War II myth, there are individuals and they're independently valued through money. It's right in the Treaty of Versailles, bro. It sneaks into the World War II myth. And because they're all individuals and because the world is flat, we can put war criminals on trial, which is completely insane. No one ever did anything like that before. And it's not that the losers weren't punished, but they weren't punished in a court. There's no such thing as a court of human rights. That doesn't make any sense. Why are we causing a war and then subsequently trying to fix a war using treaties? Because that's what happened. It's all legalism. What is going on? And this is why the age of gnosis is what flattens the myth. The age of gnosis predates probably the printing press, is where I'm going to put the age of gnosis right now, where knowledge becomes the highest value over time, right? Not right away, but over time. Knowledge becomes the highest value, and knowledge becomes propositions. Why? Because spoken and written words become the way to manipulate the world post-Reformation. The importance of you as a person having access to a book, and that determining what tribe you're in, roughly speaking, and the flattening to tribalism, which, at Dan Talks goes into tribalism, doesn't understand it at all, flattens everything to tribalism. So basically, he's stuck in the myth of the Reformation. Doesn't understand the world outside of that. Fair enough. We lost the kings. It's hard to understand proper hierarchy. This is what happened. This is what happened. The age of gnosis drives us towards the flat myth. We were already primed for it. It just didn't have an outlet, right? People were still persons before the Great War. In the Great War, they become casualties on a sheet, and those casualties get converted into dollars. And all of that gets wrapped up and lost in the milieu. And then the miracle is covered up. Any goodness, any recovery from the flattening of the world, from the first act of the Great War, is hidden. It's all bulldozed over. And what we're left with as a result is the myth of World War II, where there's only one bad guy. There's no good guy. There's a couple of heroes. Don't tarnish their name, Daryl Cooper. Also, who does a poor job. Like, I mean, if you're going to go after Churchill, there's reasons to do it. You're just so historically ignorant. You didn't know what they were, you moron. Don't pretend like there's dog whistles. People say what they mean and mean what they say. This isn't that hard. And the thing is, the size of your myth matters. And the World War II myth was pretty big. What will it hold and for how long? That's what the size of your myth does. Well, guess what? We know how long the World War II myth will hold and what it will hold. And we're over that now. The limits have been breached. And what is the order? It's a new world order. Why would anybody think there'd be a new world order? Because we had one. We had a cultural reset as a result of this myth of World War II. Nobody ever talks about the good parts of World War II or the lead up to that conflict. Nobody talks about the miracle. Miracles are gone from the world. Miracles vanish from the world and are replaced with technological wonders. Did you ever notice that? I bet you never noticed that, did you? Miracles at scale of whole countries are bulldozed over as a result of the myth of World War II and replaced with technological wonders like going to the moon. It's not a miracle, it's a technological wonder. Huh, isn't that weird? I bet you're not a skeptic now about the myth of World War II and its flattening and the loss of hierarchy. So all you're left with are everyday miracles. Okay. Somebody who couldn't walk can walk. Somebody's cured of cancer, or as my buddy Nick was, diabetes, right? Okay. Well, now small players can manipulate you in their little church. There's no bigger church to mediate these small miracles. All you have are small miracles. Everything else is a technological wonder. It's a wonder. It's not a miracle. You know how it was done. I've got the paperwork right here. Shows the entire provenance of how we did this thing. Except, of course, it doesn't. But, you know. It's a new world order. Why not? We did it once before. We just set up a new world. These people at their first attempt with the League of Nations to set up a new global world order failed. But the UN, not bad. Not bad. Did much better. Lasted much longer. We've done it twice. Why can't we do it again? See that pattern anywhere? Anyone? Bueller? WEF? Yuval Harari? What do you think they're doing? They're following a pattern. Following a pattern that's a result of the myth of World War II. So what's the solution here? Well, what do we do about this? What are we going to do without the myth of World War II? And the thing is, we had the answer, right? And we need it back. And in order to get it back, we must go back. And the thing is, this is, the John Vervaeke's of the world, and I think Peterson said this too, that, we can't go back. Oh, no, we will go back. We're going back. There ain't no question about that. When you make a misstep and you continue to misstep, what happens is you go back. You go back through collapse. It's closer to what Jared Diamond talked about in Guns, Germs, and Steel. Excellent book, by the way. Unfortunately, his conclusions are completely nuts, especially at the end of his book, Collapse. He's just wrong about that. But he's not wrong about collapse. He's a little bit wrong about cutting down the last tree. That didn't happen. Some people just don't think things through. Good ideas, they don't think them through. We're going back. The question is, do we plan the going back? Or do we collapse? Right now, we're going to collapse because of people like Vervaeke, people like Peterson, people like Paul Vanderklay, who did not understood the problem well, apparently, but could not manage it. Right. So we're going to collapse. It looks like. Hopefully not. There could be a miracle, a country level or nation level miracle, depending upon which terminology you want to use, because our terminology is all messed up because of the myth of World War II. Right. What did we have in the past, Mark? What are you talking about? Before, we had empires. An empire was run by a king who could also be emperor, but only to the abstraction that was empire. Empire is an abstraction. To each individual country or region in his empire, he was a king with a specific title. That is the proper hierarchy, at least the top of it. Underneath him were noblemen. There's the noble class, right? Underneath that are the administrators. We now call it the bureaucracy. Bureaucracy was forever. You never get around bureaucracy. That's not the problem. The problem is you're stupid. That's a different problem. That's what we had. We had this deep hierarchy. How did the king become king? He was crowned by the bishop. That's how the king became king. How did this get ruined? Well, we beheaded the English king and then we got Napoleon. Those two things are completely related. See the history videos with Adam. We outline them in there. This is a big deal. We've lost proper hierarchy. Totally lost it. Why is that important? What are you talking about? Why is it that somebody like Pastor Paul Vanderklay can identify the problem? Oh, somebody needs to catch the people where Jordan Peterson left off and take them the rest of the way. But then he can't implement it. Well, I'll tell you why. Because of the myth of World War II. It constrains what they are willing to do, what tools they think they have available, and which tools they're willing to use. I hate to break it to you, but I have a strong suspicion. I'm not going to make this an outright statement because I can't. But I have a suspicion that pretty much every single person that talks about the problems of today and how to solve them, and then says, well, Russia wasn't any better. Mao was horrible. Pol Pot, educated in Paris, might be a hint. These were all bad things, right? They're all liberals or leftists. But we can't take control of things through charisma. I think all of those people almost certainly necessarily must believe that communism or some form of socialism would have worked but for the popular dictators. I think they all believe that. I really do. I see a lot of indications that that's true. I think that every single one of them, the only thing preventing them from making a better world is their fear of their own charisma. Charisma is a fact of the world. It exists. If people with good aims, good intent, and good ability or high competence are not willing to, who also have charisma, we'll say, more than the normal amount of charisma, are not willing to make the sacrifice of a leadership, then we're screwed. And if they're doing this out of the fear of becoming an evil 20th century dictator, which is exactly what I think is happening, then they're probably socialist believers who think socialism works, and I don't want them in charge anyway. But also, like, someone got to take charge. And I think no one's taking charge and no one wants to lead, at least at that scale. Because all the people that might have a chance at doing that or at getting together and assigning somebody to lead, say a la ARC or even the WEF, because those are the same project, just on quote different sides, even though they're on the same side and they don't know it. I think that's where the problem is. I think that's exactly where the problem is. They won't get together because they're afraid of their own charisma. They're afraid of leadership. They don't want to make the sacrifice. Leadership is a sacrifice, the likes of which you cannot imagine unless you have had to lead. I have been stuck leading many times. I don't like it. But someone has to do it, and it sucks. You can't trust the people around you anymore, even when you could yesterday, right? It's harder to see people change, right? Because you have a different relationship to them. You're suddenly above them when you weren't before. All kinds of things change when you're in a leadership position. And that puts you at certain types of disadvantages. And that's a sacrifice. You have to take responsibility for a bunch of stupid people who are doing things despite you telling them not to, and then you have to take the hit. Leaders do that. Good leaders do that. That's what they do. That's how it works. I know there's a lot there. You'll probably have to think about it. You may need to engage with some of the other videos that I mentioned. Follow the Fourth Estate, all the history videos, all the history videos, all the history videos. The 2014 live stream, right? Probably helps to understand why I hate the word modern and why it doesn't work grammatically in your brain. I know there's a bunch of videos I have to do on related concepts, but RJ, the mythification of World War II is clearly evident in Star Wars. Star Wars is a mini myth based on World War II, and it is one of the things that enhances the myth of World War II and solidifies it. Age of Gnosis, TM, yes. Well, I'm not going to trademark things. I've done that in the past. Ixnot, if you don't like physics, move somewhere with different physics. Yes, I would prefer those people do exactly that. Penultimate evil? Yes. Yes. And David Flores, I'm late to the party, but excited to see this. Well, we're glad to have you, sir. I hope you found it useful. David, good to see you. Hey, all. Hey, David. I heard Hitler was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Well, in fact, he was rewriting a lot of history on purpose. And that was not the wrong move for him. He really understood how to manipulate myth. And so to some extent, everyone's following the pattern of what he did and then doing it themselves way worse than he did. Because you can hate the man all you want, but you want to talk about genius, him and his buddy Stalin, next level. Next level. We haven't had anything like that since at all. These guys really, when you start studying their lives, you're like, oh my God, these guys are wicked smart, as we would say in New England. David knows. David knows we say wicked smart. And giants in Africa, allegedly. Well, giants is a big one, right? Rewriting parts of the biblical narrative works so well. If you don't believe me, go watch Tron Legacy, which is one of my favorite movies anyway. And it even shows you why Western Buddhism fails, which is hysterical to me, by the way. Once you realize the components that make that a good movie, much like The Matrix, The Matrix, it's harder to see. Tron Legacy is real easy to see that biblical narrative is being rewritten there. You realize all good stories seem to follow certain patterns, we'll call them, because this is navigating patterns and this is not the symbolic world. And that is the thing that allows them to be good movies. It's almost as if the Anglo-Cathodox, because the word Christian is meaningless, the Anglo-Cathodox story is the most true story. And therefore, in order to have a story that works, you need to use components of it that are, we'll say, lesser, as if that is the greatest version of the story that can be told or something. I could be completely wrong there. RJ, Charisma is now Riz. FYI, I don't know what Riz is. It sounds interesting. Ixnon claims that Riz is cringe, and RJ agrees and can confirm. Well, charisma is not optional, so you better figure out how to deal with it. A lot of the problems we're having are people wanting things to be optional in the world that are not optional in the world. They're just things you have to deal with. Like charisma is not optional. It doesn't go away because you don't want it to work, or all you can do is rebel against it, but that causes its own set of problems. R. Henry, aloha, sir. Ixnod, removing one myth means you need another one. Yeah, myths are also not optional, right? They are the layer up that allows us to cooperate, right? At all. Like you will not survive as a person, and you cannot survive as an individual without a myth, because a myth allows you to cooperate with other people. RJ, hey, at least the ICC changes both sides of the war these days. R. Henry, who would the pirate captain like for Pope? Father Eric. Was not long enough for Disney Star Wars. What a shame. Yes, Ixnon. Father Eric for Pope. Can confirm. Sally Joe, we need a sword in a stone in Texas. I don't think that will do it, Sally. I like the sentiment, but I don't think so. RJ, sometimes I joke that France owes the world reparations for the 1800s. Well, they certainly owe us reparations. Well, Paris owes us reparations for all of their so-called philosophers and for the Treaty of Versailles. That is correct. Sally Joe, Major Captain, you're not even grateful. No, this terrible bird has been cast upon me, and I'm actually not too happy about it today because I'm sick as a dog, and I'd rather be laying in bed being sick as a dog, which I'm very good at. Sally Joe, Riz is snatch and based. If you say so. I don't know about that. I think that when you take seriously the idea that you want to put it in these weird terms, the psyop was World War II and the myth of World War II, then I think that will help you understand what's going on. I really do. Because, and again, you have to engage with some of the other videos on the channel, but you're here now, you might as well, right? Support the channel, get me more subscribers, buy stuff from my store. I'll do more videos. It's way easier to do when you're not like poor and starving. I think that if you can start to understand things in terms of the myth of World War II and the destruction of that myth, I think that it will lead you to the sorts of conclusions that are required for you to move into a better way of relating. Not everybody has been trapped in the myth of World War II this whole time. And that's actually important to realize. It's important to know that because you do not have to be trapped in this myth. There are better myths to engage with. I think part of the success of something like Symbolic World and people like Martin Shaw is that they are introducing you to a different set of myths that predate World War II, that are more rich and easier to live with and don't conflict with the technological wonders. I bet no one saw that. Tell me if you saw that there are no large-scale miracles since World War II, that they've all been replaced with technological wonders. Because I'd love to hear that. I mean, it's not that there's none, right? Like there's a bunch of things that happened and people saw stuff and whatever, but like the scale of miracles of people turning places around or doing unusual things or building canals that couldn't otherwise be built, right? And how that's talked about and how it's assigned and described, like it's all technological wonders since World War II. So I am not feeling too terrible at the moment. And my pain meds have not worn off. So if somebody would like to join, I can't promise how long I will be able to continue my stream. Although, man, that was a long ass monologue. I thought it would be shorter, but apparently not. Oh, and look, I did reach out to Jonathan Peugeot. I'd love to talk to him about this. That's not going to happen unless people with better access to Jonathan say, hey, by the way, Mark really wants to talk to you. You reached out to your people, and you should chat with him about this because he did a wonderful live stream on it, even though he was deathly ill and would rather be dead at the moment. In the meantime, you can join me. Feel free to click on the link. I'm even going to, in my lesson state, remember to pin it on navigating patterns, which is the only place that I can pin it, unfortunately. Feel free to jump in and ask me any questions. We'll try to stick to the myth of World War II. And I mean, that's still a big topic. I'm talking about mostly anything in the myth of World War II because it's almost everything. But feel free to jump in and we can chat if you wish. I won't hang out by myself forever because I am sick and I really don't want to hang out and talk to myself. You should, however, consider that you're a Muppet, and if you don't have a Muppet cup to remind you, you should buy one. The Mark of Wisdom store is available where you can buy Muppet mugs, among many other things. I think all the artwork is done by Sally on my store, actually, and her wonderful efforts. We have to get, I was going to work on it today, Sally, but obviously I was asleep most of the day with my horrific illness. We got to get the Virtue Card game going. I got to get that back on track. It got sort of sidetracked by 5,000 different stupid things. But yeah, I mean, this destruction of this World War II myth and the destruction the myth of World War II has wrought and the subsequent destruction of it, its inability to hold us, is sort of everywhere. I think that one of the problems with Star Wars is that because Star Wars was a compressed or flattened version of the myth of World War II, it ran out of story fairly early on. So that's part, it's not the whole reason. It's part of the reason why Star Wars failed. Castle. Emotional support. I need that, sir. I do appreciate that.
I heard the call.
I appreciate that. I want to address this real quick. Ixnon, have you heard from Jesse? No, I haven't. I've reached out to Jesse. I know Jesse is around because I see him on Twitter. He's avoiding me. And I was just about to watch a video. I didn't get a chance because it's 2 hours long. I don't think I want to watch the whole thing, but somebody was like the real bad guy of the Matrix. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh, by the way, if you're on the Discord server, you should check out Important Videos where I posted this video about Eliza, the first chatbot. Look up Eliza and the first chatbot and who wrote it. And then realize if anybody is talking about AI, isn't aware of this guy and his work and his writings, they should be discounted as knowing nothing about AI and understanding nothing about computers. For real. Like, if you don't know Eisenbaum and what happened and all that. I've brought this up before, but this woman did a wonderful video on it. It's Truth in Media, I think is the name of the YouTube channel, but she did a wonderful video on it, released it yesterday. It's quite good. There's some stuff she's a little bit wrong about, not wrong enough about to worry about, but yeah, she goes over the movie Her and some other stuff and talks a lot about Weizenbaum's work and touches on Norbert Wiener or Wiener, however you pronounce his last name. It's another interesting character in computer science that if people don't know about him and they claim to know something about computers, just ignore everything they have to say about computers. Seriously. Anyway, Castle, how are you doing? I'm so happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here. We made it to the end of another week, and this was a tough one, but still, pretty good altogether. A decent end to the week. I'm looking forward to the weekend, and but I caught the last half of your monologue, and I didn't want to push myself like I did last time, where I had the current stream running in one ear, and then I had 2 times in the other ear catching up. I actually was able to catch up, but it was so much more energy, so I didn't do that this time. So I don't know what
insane.
I missed. Yeah.
Normally, I just listen at 2x until I catch up, but
Yeah.
fair enough.
I needed to catch up even faster the last time, but I didn't do that this time. So I missed whatever was in the first half. If you didn't recapitulate it in the monologue there, but overall good. You know, I mean, because I think after the last book club, we talked a little bit about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And so I feel like I had a little bit of a primer on that. And I'd
Yeah.
say I'm definitely on board. I mean, you see a lot of this stuff going, and I, outside of the context of World War II, a lot of the stuff that you've been pointing out that is kind of spiraling in a sense, I've been observing, and so it's nice to kind of get kind of a decent view backwards of what at least sped it up. But yeah, it's definitely I think the ongoing trajectory is more or less, in my view, the same as what you predict.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, I was reading part of a tweet actually that I read this morning, oddly enough, by this guy at Dan Talks One, where he basically claims his most ruthless post he'll ever write. But he says there's no such thing as migrant crime. I'm summarizing real quick. Crime is when someone within your tribe or in group violates the rules that your tribe has created, and they're not universals. And I was like, yeah, see, where did that come from? Where did the idea of human rights come from? It comes from the myth of World War II. That's where it comes from. And why Ixnon? Why do you agree with the monologue, except maybe your use of penultimate? I mean, in the context of the myth, what's wrong with the word penultimate? You know, one dictator is the penultimate evil. Like what? Why do you disagree with that word? I you know, disagreement's fine, like whatever, but am I misusing it?
I mean, penultimate is next.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't. It is next. It's not ultimate. It's the thing that he's accused of that's ultimate, right? Except it's super specific, and that's actually the problem, or the more recent problem, right? So now, in order for anybody to be, in order for anyone to be swapped out for that, so it's a little hard to explain. It's penultimate because you need to be able to replace that person with another person or another group. And in order to do that, you have to have the ultimate evil. Okay. So the ultimate evil is the act that he's most accused of or most known for. That's the ultimate evil. It's not embodied in the person. It's the little bit of unflatness from the flat world that has to be there. And that's why in the myth, the ultimate evil isn't the person, it's the action. But then you see that's not the ultimate evil, by the way. It's not even close. And B, in fact, it's not even evil in the Old Testament. So that's a big problem. And B, it seems to be applied very specifically, because applying it in other contexts like Armenia or in Africa doesn't work. Right. And so that is actually very important. And that's tied up in the myth and the flatness of the myth. Right. Because if the myth weren't flat, the idea of genocide would be the ultimate evil in the myth, but it's not. It doesn't work. Right.
Yeah, no,
And
it makes sense that it's penultimate within the context of the myth
of the myth.
and
Right.
Ixnay. It seems from what I was kind of getting is that if you jumped ahead in time and looked back, then it would not have been so if you had access to all the facts, something like that.
Well, maybe. I think he's objecting to the ultimate evil is Hitler. And I'm like, it's not, though. And that's why it's the ultimate evil is being reinvoked, but it's not working. Oh, okay. He sees it now. Yeah, it's not working, right? The G word does not have that power, even though it should, because that's what was used to justify the evil of the most evil human that ever lived, even though he's not. RJ wants to know if Trump is a new mythical figure yet. As of the attempted failed assassination, yes. Will we see the results of that in this way? No. We will not. How mythical he becomes and how strong that myth is really up in the air. So while he may be a mythical figure and a new myth is trying to be established in the wake of the destruction of the myth of World War II, that's a much harder thing to suss out because we're in the middle of it. But right now, I would say no, because it's not sufficient to hold anything. The biggest problem we have right now is that, and you can see this all over Twitter in particular, there is a battle brewing. There is a civil war, if you will, in a way, right? Which is why this is hard to push back on. I mean, even Tim Pool has a point. The problem is the civil war is between the left and the left. And that's part of the reason why Jordan Peterson's failing. And it's part of the reason why Paul Vanderklay's failing and John Vervaeke's failing, right? These people are all failing. It's not liberalism that's failing. It's leftism that fails. And the fact that the United States has been single-handedly holding the world together, I mean that technically, and I'm not being hyperbolic, since the end of the Great War, has hidden the fact that leftism is a failed project. Not only did it lead to the Great War, rather explicitly, what is the Great War? The Great War is the fight between the extreme socialists and the less extreme socialists. No one in Europe wasn't a socialist. That didn't happen, right? There were a few people in the UK maybe that weren't socialists. UK was the last bastion of conservatism, but even that waned as a result of the myth of World War II. Probably because they became the UK conservatives became heroes. They got downgraded to heroes, and heroes are required for myth, but you can't take great men and elevate them to heroes, and you can't take heroes and downgrade them to mere heroes. Heroes have to be embedded in a hierarchy, right? Which is, Joseph Campbell really. Joseph Campbell has done more damage to writing and the world in general than anybody can possibly imagine. Sorry, just bad guy. Stupid too. Dumber than a rock. When you realize that Europe was all leftist and the thing that caused the war was the fight between communism and something more extreme but still socialist, then the world starts to make a little bit more sense. And that battle was going on a long time, because socialism, the idea that socialism isn't stupid, is only viable because of Napoleon. Because Napoleon flattens the world by declaring himself emperor and forcing the bishop to put a crown on his head, as discussed with Adam in our videos. That really flattens the world. Like that just apparently, although it doesn't work, it apparently shows that you can get away with this flat hierarchy, and that you don't, and that people are individuals, and individuals can rise from, we'll say modest means, which isn't like None of this is true. Napoleon's from a wealthy diplomatic family. He's roughly from the noble class, actually. The fact that his family was poor is the result of France taking over Corsica, right? In other words, France's greatest general wasn't French. He was Corsican, and he hated France, by the way. And a lot of what Napoleon did can't be understood unless you understood that he actually hated France, because France took away his wealth and his prestige, and he never fit in. He didn't speak French very well. I don't think he could write French very well either. He didn't take well to the forced Francoization of his education, for example. And that's the problem, is that the Holy Roman Emperor had something like 100 plus, or maybe 200 plus titles, like actual honorifics. And they were used by the Holy Roman Emperor when he was in the region where they were used. Napoleon doesn't do that. That's a flattening of the world. This is why I mentioned at the end the whole emperor is a king, but he still retains his kingly titles in each region or country. Like, it's actually super important to have the hierarchy like that. And then, of course, the hierarchy goes way down from there. But even the upper end of the hierarchy has an abstraction above it called emperor. Right? And it's important that the emperor is an abstraction. And Napoleon does away with that abstraction by flattening everything. RJ says, what's funny is socialism is tied to the myth of the modern state. I blame Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck is also probably a bad guy. I have to agree. I really liked Bismarck for a long time. And then I was like, wait a minute. This guy's not good at all. I don't know if socialism is tied to the myth of the modern state. I mean, the modern state seems to come out of the French Revolution, which is a misunderstanding of the American rebellion that people call a revolution. I think, and we outline that in the history videos, RJ, so you really should watch Adam. Adam's just brilliant at this. You'll understand it better than, like, Ixnay, the emperor is like a head of multiple rivers. Somebody watched a live stream with Gustavs. Hey, Ixnay? That was quite a good live stream. You didn't see that live stream from yesterday. Watch that. That was surprisingly great. Gustavs is awesome. I really I can't appreciate him enough. It's not possible. Yes. If you want to use that framing, which I think is excellent framing, the emperor is like the head of multiple rivers, right? Or the source of multiple rivers. And that and retains all the names of all the rivers. Because that's the important part, is still king of whatever region, right? But emperor of all the regions at once. And see, because we don't understand hierarchy at all and its relationship to emergence, which is what's important, right? It's everything, because this is the way it happened in the world, is primarily emanation mediated by emergence, right? And if you can understand the world that way, which is very difficult to do, so I don't blame you if you can't, then everything will make more sense. So when you understand, and that was part of the theme of yesterday's little live stream with Gustavs, when you understand that the pre-existing conditions of the landscape help to determine the river and its path, and then the river carves new paths over and over again, then you really kind of get an understanding for how hierarchy works. The falling of the water, whether it be through rain or from the bursting of a lake or something, only goes so far, right? The emanation still has some feedback, and the lake actually responds, or the river, the river created by the lake actually responds to that feedback in the same way that a king responds to the needs of the people, because the king is responsible for the people, because if he is not, he will die, because there's more people than there are king. It's that simple, guys, at the end of the day. Like, 10 stupid people can outsmart the smartest guy in the world. This is a principle we don't seem to understand for some reason, even though it's an easy to understand principle, we'll say. Ixnat, and Napoleon tries to make all the rivers into one. He tries to name all the rivers Napoleon, and every other freaking thing in the world, because in the flat world that is, we'll say, proven to some extent by the French Revolution, because it proves the flatness of the world through the use of the guillotine. That would be the right answer. Like, if the world worked that way, then Napoleon would be the right answer. He also would have won all his wars and everything else, and of course famously did not, and then at some point turns resentful and decides to destroy France, which, I'm not opposed. I'm supportive, but he didn't do a good enough job, so went to suffer with the Great War.
I think the point that Ixnat made about the head of the multiple rivers versus making all the rivers into one, or your point of just naming all the rivers as just whatever your name is, I think it ties in really well with the comment that I left on last week's live stream about that that the translation of the word one from Greek to English, and how like that can be done at least two ways, but the two ways that it's generally done is you've got one as eus, which is principle. It's like point of unity, because eus as one also means in, so it's like the one in, and so that would be something like a leader, and so everything is kind of participating under the leader, or like when you delegate a responsibility, like that is coming from, when somebody says, so-and-so invaded this other country, like, Putin invaded Ukraine, like he's not actually there boots on the ground, like literally doing this. Like that's more of an eus perspective, versus monos is like is alone, and that is actually singular. And I think that's sort of the difference between the actual emperor versus Napoleon as self-naming emperor.
Right. Yeah, that's a good catch. That's definitely pertinent to what we're discussing. So, Ixnat. Also, I've been thinking about the mentions of rivers in the Chronicles of Narnia, and that Narnia is explicitly a flat world. It really is. Like that's like okay in a story for children. This is why I'm very skeptical about the resurgence of C.S. Lewis, and in particular his fiction, because I just don't think he's a very good writer. At the end of the day, he's a good storyteller, especially of children. And I actually think that things like The Hobbit, and the Smith of Wootton Major, those are two Tolkien stories, and the Chronicles of Narnia, and people copying that is what leads to YA, young adult fiction, and that definitely destroys the world. Like that's just not good at all. There's no goodness to be found in that. The flattening of stories that try to follow the pattern of a fairy tale, but sanitize it like Narnia, which sure, I mean, it's much better than, we'll say, the modern attempts, but I think that sort of thing, that starts the trend, quite honestly. Tolkien's a lot more brutal, actually. The Hobbit is pretty freaking brutal at the end of the day. But C.S. Lewis, he's not bad. He's kind of mild. I mean, he's got some, pretty heart-wrenching scenes in there, but it doesn't have the flavor of a fairy tale. Fairy tales are dark. The Hobbit's pretty dark, man. Maybe it's not dark enough. That would be fair, but like I don't think C.S. Lewis did the world any favors. I'm sorry. I know there's C.S. Lewis fans out there, and I'm like, nah, bro. I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not even sold on Tolkien. I mean, I don't think there's anything negative about him, but I don't necessarily see Tolkien as a net positive either. Because Because here's the problem that maybe you've cottoned on already, but maybe you haven't. Tolkien writes a myth of the war, of the Great War. He bases his myth on the war. There's no question about that. And he catches it correctly. And people are following that pattern. And they're contributing to the myth of World War II. And it's no coincidence that, and C.S. Lewis does too, to some extent, it's no coincidence that we are going back to Tolkien now as the myth is collapsing, because Tolkien predates the myth of World War II, because he's talking about materialism, not modernity, materialism, and the effects of materialism on the world pre-World War II. Like, that's what he's talking about. So once you start to see how this pattern actually works and ties into absolutely everything, then maybe you get an idea for why I did this here and now, we'll say, and why it's showing up. Like, it's showing up, we'll say, extremely clearly for a reason. Sally Joe, stories that fixate on school and people staying fixated on school age is creepy and unhealthy. Yeah, because school is just a temporary phase that you're supposed to move past. Ixnon, Lewis, Until We Have Faces, gets darker than his other stories. But nobody's read this stuff. That's part of the problem, right? No one's read this stuff. And, you know, some of his nonfiction writing is completely impenetrable. He writes at a level that most readers don't have access. Our attempt to make everybody literate has made everybody literate at a 4th grade level. And that's really unhelpful. Sally Joe, Whispers from a Silent Planet is superior to Narnia. Well, everybody keeps saying that. All the C.S. Lewis reads like a dry saltine cracker compared to Tolkien. Yeah, that is true, Sally. And I think that's the problem, is that you're just not a very good writer. It's just not good. RJ, at Mark, what's your favorite myth, or what myth do you think is strongest at the moment? Freaking A, RJ. Like, what the hell? Like, why would you ask me a complicated question like that? Curse you, sir. I think that we'll say the set of myths that are most pervasive right now in the collapse are universalist myths. So universalism as such, because universalism is a myth. Like, I don't know where that comes from. I mean, I do know where it comes from. I'm just saying, I don't know how that still has legs. Like, if you believe evolution is at all real, then you can't be a universalist in any way, shape, or form. And yet, the leftists who believe in evolution, they are universalists, all of them. And I'm like, bro, your stupid evolution theory fails immediately with any form of universalism or equality. Destroys the underpinnings of any part and every part of evolution. All of it fails immediately. So I don't know what you're doing. I think that's the strongest, just because it's like, how is this even here? Still, it can't be. There's no materialist support for it. So I talked about the 2 books and the battle of the 2 books. You would think, since neither book supports universalism at all in any way, shape, or form, that it wouldn't survive, because it doesn't fit in either of the 2 books. But it seems to be the strongest. And I think it's being propped up by the individualism, quite honestly, because I can't figure out any other way that it's there. Sally Joe insists that it's science. I think that science might be the second strongest myth. The myth of science, as we conceive of it, is certainly very powerful. I don't think it's more powerful than universalism, though, Sally. I mean, I'd be up for a debate about it, because I'm not 100% sure. But for me, universalism, I don't know, Castle, what do you think? Science or universalism?
So before I answer that, let me actually just make a quick note, because I want to do a quick thing before we move on from the literature stuff. Let me just make a note so I don't forget. Something I wanted to quickly comment, because I've only had exposure to like 3 C.S. Lewis books, and it's interesting because one of them was I listened to the audiobook because it was actually narrated by him and it was given as a lecture series. And I thought, oh, this is actually one of the better TED Talks I've listened to. As a book, though, I'm not. It would be like taking one of Jordan Peterson's like old things and then transcribing it, and then you just sit there and read that.
Oh,
It's
no good.
not. Yeah, but as an actual lecture is very good. And the same thing, like Screw Tape Letters is like a public service announcement, like a very good one, but it really is a PSA. Like it's like the PSAs for kids where they would have like a little bit of like a parable or something like that in there.
Yeah.
It's a lot like that, but for adults. And then Out of the Silent Planet was the only sci-fi one that I had access to, and it reminded me a lot in style to probably Isaac Asimov's I, Robot, I think. Just kind of like the way that he just kind of takes time and just kind of describes this thing, and then this is what this thing is, and then the character went and then interacted with the thing I just described. It's all right, but yeah, I mean, it's tough because that stuff goes heavily into like the materialism of like aliens and stuff, whereas like with Tolkien, at least like Middle Earth is, I think, actually entirely monotheistic. So you have that sort of stuff going on there, but it's I don't know. It's one of those things. Oh, so I had this thought recently because I was thinking about just entertainment in general. This is kind of like to an older topic that you had, and this thing of like simulation. And so from games, but also TV shows, movies, even books, and just kind of thinking about, a while back, Sally had said, that she realized that books weren't her friends. And like, that is like a tough thing to kind of pull yourself out of. And seeing this thing of how much grounding you lose by kind of wandering in exile in a fabricated world, even if it's really good. And like for example, like the Middle Earth stuff, I think it can be very useful. I don't think that storytelling is necessarily bad, but there is something about leaning so far heavily into simulation or stuff that isn't actually grounded in reality that you can interact with. That if you wind up doing that, then you might actually start like with our language of creation stuff, we talk about like the interior microcosm, like eventually scaling out. And it's like, if all you're doing in your interior microcosm is wandering in exile, and then it's, oh, what's the next mythos I can get into because I just exhausted, all of the Middle Earth stuff. And it's what's the next one? Oh, Game of Thrones, or what's the other things? And it's just like, now you're just hopping from one planet to another, just wandering, endlessly. But
right. So Ixnam wants to add objective material reality. I don't know how different that is from the myth of science, but it is different. I agree, but I don't know how much stronger it is. What do you think? What's your opinion? Is it science? Is it universalism? Is it objective material reality? Is it?
I think we might wind up getting both. I think they might have a horrific hybrid child. One of these someday coming to you soon.
I just see that universalism is winning because objective materiality, which is based in science, which are both based in individualism, have failed.
Yeah.
Like that, it's already over for them. Like the people have started to notice science hasn't advanced in years, right?
Right.
Sabine Hossenfelder, right? Like particle physics is the be all end all, and we haven't made any progress since the 50s or something. And I was like, yeah, pretty much. Nothing's changed at all, despite our trying and trying and trying. Which is sort of the purest form of science, at least in some people's mind, even though that's ridiculous. Sally Jo claims that sci-fi C.S. Lewis is a challenge from Tolkien for space travel. C.S. Lewis challenged Tolkien to write time travel. Story shared is unifying understanding. Story alone is fracturing. That's right. Human nature is endless weeping. And I think that one of the problems we have post the printing press, which is also weirdly post-Reformation. Anyway, is that we run into the problem of, oh, you read that book too, without realizing that's not universal. And then you end up with people thinking that the parable of the cave that Plato wrote had something to do with individuals breaking free from bonds, which it most certainly had nothing. It was making quite the opposite point. So that might be important, by the way. See my video on the lies of Plato's cave on navigating patterns. If you don't believe me, I make the case there. I come with all the evidence. It's right. You can get a copy by yourself and validate that what I'm saying is correct. You don't need to take my word for it. Although you need to listen to the video so that you know what my case is. You just need to hear my case. You don't need to believe it. You can verify it without me. It's not that hard. You too can read and be literate.
It's a tempting offer, but I'll probably pass.
You should. Literacy has killed the world. That's a form of universalism.
Yeah,
making everybody literate.
I've been thinking about that more and more too. Like I was thinking about it's like I've got access to such a vast and impressive intellectual tradition, but I actually don't need it. And like, there's something about that where I'm just like, well, and in fact, if anything, I actually, if I, should I say, over ingest some of it, it actually puts me in danger. To a certain degree. Right. I think it's almost like there's a certain amount that I am almost forced to participate in as part of like an arms race type of thing. But otherwise, I think I've probably consumed enough for my lifetime that if I stopped now, I would probably be fine. And as far as this other stuff goes, like the universalism, I'm getting a feeling like we'll probably wind up seeing a resurgence of Manichaeanism or something like that, where it's just like, oh, it's a bunch of these, it's a dualistic sort of like Gnostic heresy essentially that contains a bunch of Christianity and Judaism and Buddhism and Platonism and all this other stuff, but doesn't understand any of them and fails to integrate all of them. And we're probably heading to something like that. Yeah. It is in depth. And
why don't you, for the audience, explain Manichaeism? And I will listen in, but you explain.
Well, you run away. Right back. So Manichaeism was a heresy that was in the days of the early church. It would have been pretty widespread in like the 200s, 300s. And famously, St. Augustine was actually kind of seduced by this for about a decade. And so he had fallen away from the church to his mother's extreme distress. And he fell away there because one of their major things was they were all about this sort of age of gnosis stuff. So they was all about, oh, look at how learned we are. We took Zoroastrianism and Buddhism and Christianity and two different types of Judaism. I think it was like the Hebrew and the Greek offshoots, and then they had a handful of other things and a bunch of like Greek philosophers that they took inspiration from. And what they wound up doing is they just mashed it all together into this thing that wound up being totally dualistic. So it was like physical reality was evil, and then spiritual reality was good, and they just wound up becoming like a Gnostic cult at that point. And it took about a decade for St. Augustine to realize it, and then he fell away from there, wound up coming back, and then spent a significant amount of his career afterwards actually fighting the Manichaeans and trying to dispel that heresy, which eventually fell off. I think he had a pretty major impact on that, especially having been kind of on the inside and then turning it back around. But yeah, it's a lot of this weird stuff of just kind of finding all of the things that seem to be cool about these other things and just saying, oh, if we just blend it all together, then we'll have something that works. And it turns out you actually just get like an ugly soup that doesn't do anything but cause indigestion. So yeah, that's pretty much what that was. But I have a feeling that with this sort of materialism falling off sort of thing, you're probably going to wind up seeing more of that. And I was thinking about this thing of the two books thing too, that you had one thing that isn't super well known is that while Darwin wasn't one, his dad was a Freemason and manipulated his work. And then when Darwin died, the Masons started promoting his stuff with a particular slant, and they admitted to this.
Oh.
And like that was something that they were aware of, was that a lot of the stuff of kind of slanting the origin of species into origin of life type of thing was admittedly some of their doing. So it's just kind of that weird. I mean, also they have the weird universalism thing where they're like, oh,
yeah.
well, you know, as long as you believe in something, you're allowed in. But then also all of our levels of attainment through the hierarchy are actually named after an actual demon, and that when you sign up, you actually consent to a familial curse. That if you ever fall away, that like even your you know, kind of like the North Korea thing, where it's like, oh, down to like a certain generation or whatever, punishment can come down. It's possible to break out of that, but it takes like 45 minutes and you need a priest. But it's just like it's such a mess. And it's like why get into that and just create all the stuff? And absolutely not RJ. Why of all the things, like I wouldn't want to
RJ
be
nominates
Pope.
you as first Manichaean Pope.
Yeah, let's not have the resurgence of that. Also, to the point of Father Eric as Pope, like it'll be his luck.
The Freemasons are interesting, right? Because they just, like all the other Gnostic heretical pagan cults, just steal a bunch of Christianity,
right,
or a bunch of Anglo Catholicity, and turn it to the most evil possible means, and you know, under the most harmless sounding auspices.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, it's just more Protestantism.
As far as I can tell, it's just r/anti work combined with the occult. Like it's just that's pretty much all it looked like. I mean, I looked at where it came from, and it's like, oh, this is r/anti work, but before the internet, and then
right.
But
yeah, it's weird. It's weird that people don't know that.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. You know, it was interesting, not to go off on like a total tangent, but I think it might be useful, that there's this thing. There's a guy at my work who's extremely competent, really high level technician, pretty much embodies the ideal better than anybody, you know, that's there as far as, you know, a guy that would be a systems engineer. And naturally, he's the guy that trains the other ones. And so there was a time when he recommended a guy that he used to work with. And in fact, that guy trained him. So we were like, oh my goodness, if this guy is that good, then the guy that trained him must be super, super good, or at least as good. It's like, so people thought, right? And you wind up finding out that no, it was actually, despite this guy, that the other guy was really good, that he was kind of doing him a favor. And it turned out that this guy was, you know, the type of, you know, he actually talked about being on r/anti work all the time. It was always, oh, you know, I get this amount of breaks because of the state that I live in, and like I'm allowed to have smoke breaks while working remote, or like, you know, that type of thing. You know, and it's like you just nickel and diming every last little thing, and it's like, no, this is a complete unwillingness to apply yourself or make any sacrifice. Whereas the other guy who you trained, and he boasted about it too, like, oh, I made him and all this type of stuff, and I was like, yeah, you know, this guy's not going to last, and he didn't. But it was just this constant like self-feeding sort of thing of like, you know, and then writing on all of the other people who kind of did stuff despite him. And it's just like, it's unfortunate, because when you look at the contrast, the other guy was the way he got where he is through sacrifice, essentially. He was working long hours. He was willing to, if something broke, he was willing to stay in until 2 a.m. and then start at 8, you know, and like he would do all this stuff, and still does. And it's like, yeah, that's how he outlasted you, you know?
Right.
But Yeah, and so in that same way, like I see you have these sorts of things where you can set certain things in motion, but then also there's a certain amount of like incompetence or laziness or
Right.
whatever that you just wind up sending something down the hill, and it's like, well, you can't catch it, and then it's something's probably also going to replace you, and that's kind of the revolutionary thing.
Right. Well, and when you don't have an appreciation for hierarchy, you can't understand, because hierarchy is multidimensional. It's
Mhm.
not just things above you, right? So
Right.
you don't understand what it takes to be competent, right? Because you might think, oh, I have a knowledge of programming languages, and therefore I'm a competent programmer. That's not even close to true. Even if you actually have it, first of all, if you have a knowledge of programming language, you have a knowledge of nothing. You need a knowledge of comp sci principles, which has nothing to do with any particular programming language. In fact, some of those principles aren't implementable in some of those programming languages. Like, that's hierarchy, right? Because as you go up the hierarchy, the number of horizontal connections also grows, right? So, in other words, to be a good diplomat is not the same as to be a good host. Like,
Right.
there's so much more to it, right? So you could have hospitality down and be the best, most hospitable person on the planet, and be a good guest to a host, and be a terrible diplomat.
Yeah.
Because as you go up the hierarchy, it's not a one-for-one transfer of skills or anything, right? It's a multivariate equation with extra dimensions as you go up. And people have a really hard time with that because we don't think that way anymore. And that's why the attempts at vertical causality are going to fail. Because I had this problem on Twitter the other day, right? This guy actually said, he said to me, oh, well, the vertical and the horizontal look the same. You just basically, you flip them. And I was like, no, he said they are the same if you flip them. And I was like, that's actually wrong. And you can't flip them. Like, it's not up to, you're not God. You can't just change the way you look at the world from horizontal to vertical. You can't actually do that. You think you can. And so I gave him the example. I said, vertical scaling in computing and horizontal scaling in computing are completely different. They are not the same. They do look the same. I agree, but they are not the same. They don't have the same qualities at all, right? Because vertical causality is a change in qualities, and a change in qualities is a function of the dimensionality of the variables and the number of variables, not just the number of variables. Horizontal scaling is just increasing the number of variables. Vertical scaling is increasing not only the number of variables, but the number of ways those variables can interact or something. Like, it's
Right.
way different. And that has massively different effects. For one thing, you can reduce the number of variables and simultaneously increase the amount of interaction and the speed. And
Right.
like,
Yeah.
nobody understands that. Like, nobody. You have to actually do it. I've done it several times. I've talked about this probably on my personal channel, which is just my name. But I've talked about this before. Like, I made a 1% change, a 1% performance improvement, and that just scaled to like a 40%. I reduced the number of servers we needed to run the application by 46% by making a 1% change, right? That's a vertically scaled change, right?
Yeah.
And it was made at the bottom layer. That's the funny part, right? It was per transaction, right? So you make a 1% per transaction improvement, and you reduce the number of servers you need by 46%. And it's more stable, and it's faster, right? Because those things actually end up going together if you do them right. Like, you can do one or the other, but to do them both, you have to do them properly. I just happen to actually know how to do that because I'm an expert at least computing. So cloud in particular, but yeah, computing in general is something I know a great deal about, far more than most anybody else you're ever going to meet. Actually, like, I know a lot about that. I'm very good at that too. Really good at it. Yeah, I don't have the concentration for it anymore because, boy, it takes a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting when you first mentioned that idea of the 1% change, having all of those. And I remember you mentioned that there was a bunch of different things where there were various different percentages that had improved. So it's like, this
Right.
particular interaction improved by 13%. This other one was by 10
Yeah.
or by 15 or whatever. And I've just been thinking about that with respect to people or even tools or something like that, like access to that within the bounds of a team or a work hierarchy or something like that.
Yeah. All systems have that property,
Yeah.
right? Because everything follows the fractal nature of
Right.
reality.
Yeah.
But the problem with vertical causality is that they're flipping the paper. I'm going to do an animation on this too someday, although, man, I actually had the new Google animation said they couldn't do my animation due to safety concerns. The prompt was literally zoom in on this line, look down at a crowd, and then turn to look up at a smaller crowd. That's what the prompt was. And it said, I can't do that due to safety concerns. And I'm like, I don't understand what you're talking about. How would I change the prompt to address your safety concerns? And everyone's like, AI is amazing. And I'm like, amazingly retarded? Amazing. Like, what are you using after the word amazing? Because I got questions.
You'd probably have to have it do like one thing at a time and then edit it together or something.
I gave up for the day, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was going to try a different approach, and then that didn't work because they upgraded Blender. So there's a Blender MCP now, so you can just tell Claude Desktop, and it'll just do things in Blender for you.
Nice.
Yeah, cool. Claude Desktop with MCP, amazing.
Yeah,
I had it look at all the files on my computer and figure out categories for them, and then make a document with those categories and list all the documents and which category they go in.
Nice.
Right. And then I had another AI modify that MCP server so it could read PDFs and doc files and all this other stuff. And yeah, it's like I've got the AIs programming the AIs to make the AI more useful. Oh yeah, I've been doing the whole thing. It's been a lot of fun. It doesn't work very well, but when it works well. And then I had it write a script, which I have not run, to move all the files into a directory structure like that. Create all the directories for categories, move all the files there. Yeah. You can do neat things with Claude Desktop and
that is pretty cool.
That was my whole dream. That's been my whole dream all along. I just actually want the computer to categorize my files and then move them so that I don't have to do the organization work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
And I'll have my references at hand.
Yeah.
And yeah. So we're almost there. One of these days I'll get back to that. This is a lot of fun.
That sounds cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about this thing. It's actually something I thought about a couple of weeks ago. This thing of like you have all of these, and it's even worse, right? Like the thing of the hierarchy is that then you've got a whole bunch of other little sub hierarchies, and then you've got other ones that are like, So a really good like fun example of this is there was a show. I don't know if it got renewed again. It's the only reason to ever have access to Netflix, and it's called Physical 100, and it's it's one of those like sports game shows type of thing, but it's a little bit extreme. Everybody, I'm sure there's lots of waivers involved and everything, but they have these athletes go, and so they have 100 of them show up, and they're all among the best in their respective fields. Right. So you got rugby players, MMA fighters, runners, mountain climbers, all these different types of things that you could get. And these guys are really good at what they do. And then they put them in a bunch of environments that are not good for everyone, right? And then they go. Right. So it's like, oh, this person got eliminated in this round. They can't continue, but they would have been really great at the next one. But it's a sort of way of they're actually trying to find the person who's the best all-rounder, more or less. But you get these things where you have people that are specifically in a certain arena of competition. So you get like weightlifters. And so you get like the major bodybuilder types. There's the ones that do it for the looks and for like the competitions and stuff. There's the other ones that are like power lifters or like the big wrestlers and stuff. But then you get a guy. I remember laughing so much because they had this one guy, and when they introduced everyone, there's a bunch of like casts of like their torsos that are in like this big hall, and then they have to like stand next to them. And the whole thing is if you get eliminated, you have to smash it. And they had one where it's just this monstrous dude's torso, and they're like, "Who is this horrific guy?" He walks in, and on the title it says "car salesman," and that guy wound up holding an Atlas stone on his shoulder for like 3 hours or something insane, along
What?
with some other guy. Like they were fighting, in this competition, and it was close to the end. It was absolutely amazing. But the thing I love so much about that show is the admiration of all the people who are clearly not good at whatever other thing. So you have these people who are clearly much higher level than like a car salesman or something like that, like actual international champion weightlifters or something like that. And when that guy comes on, everybody is like, "Oh wow, this guy is awesome." And then they get somebody else that's like, "Oh, this is a gymnast or a mountain climber," and they're like, "Oh my goodness, this guy is so cool." But they're all, there's a certain, and you also see like, oh, there's a lack of camaraderie with the proud guys that show up and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna win this," and they get eliminated first. But there is that thing, like they have, even though it's not explicit, they have a really good understanding of the fact that, oh, there's a bunch of different hierarchies, and we're also entering into an arena that is another one that actually subsumes all of these, and within a particular context, right? So even if you change the order of the challenges, it would actually play out completely differently. And but that's an interesting, fun way that I think people could probably look at this and just see, oh, this is how it's completely not flat, but there's also so many dimensions to it. And then if you do across time, then and then if you ran it again, which they did a second season and everything, it's like, yeah, it's completely different. Like you can't wind up reducing that to something that's predictable or easy like people would like to.
Right, and it's the flattening of the hierarchy and the flattening of time. They kind of go together. I didn't really talk about the flattening of time, but that you'll see that everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. People just like, well, yeah, how could it have unfolded any other way? And it's like, oh my goodness. Like, wow. And that is the whole loss of what happened before World War II. Like what led up to this alleged second conflict. It was just the first conflict. It was just on hold for a while. Because it could only end one of two ways. Either the German people were going to be completely wiped out for real. Like they were just going to be gone. And then who knows what would have happened to the land? Like, would it have been like extra Poland and extra France? Or like seriously, or would Austria have taken over some of it? I don't know. Like it's hard to say. Something would have happened. Right? Or they get, propped up. And yeah, I mean, there were really only two answers there. So, and Germany's still around. So this is always why I've for a very, very long time, decades now, I've been like, we need to pull the US out of Europe and just see what happens and let it play out and not get involved, because we need an answer. Like we can't let this happen like this. Because it's a real perversion. Like you have to watch The Frontier of Ideas, but if you watch The Frontier of Ideas, you'll kind of figure out what I mean by the perversion that happens as a result of all of this. Because that's been going on a lot long. Like I alluded to in the beginning, like Europe is partly a mess, and the Great War happens largely as a result of copying the US incorrectly and not understanding what you're copying. And it's ironic because the US is basically does an improvement on not Europe, but the English system. England is an improvement on the European system, and we're an improvement on the English system. And actually some retard on Twitter, like, what is it with Twitter and retards? Good Lord. he actually started talking about the English Constitution and said, like, well, the US copied the English Constitution. And I'm like, I've never even heard of the English Constitution because it doesn't exist. And then I looked it up, the concept, and it is only a concept, and it's got 3 pillars. One of them is the Magna Carta, which they don't use, by the way. For those listening at home who don't know this, Carl Benjamin switched his position on this and has since agreed that they need the Magna Carta back as a document, post fake news virus scam. You can listen to him talk about that, by the way. But the concept arises in the 1800s. I'm like, so I responded to him, the concept is from the 1800s. Who copied whom? And of course, he didn't respond because he just found out he was wrong. And I'm like, you people need to stop, okay? I understand that you're upset about American exceptionalism, but if you don't stop, I'm going to take actual American exceptionalism and actually shove it up your ass. Because we're really nice about how much better than you we are, and we could just actually shove it up your ass endlessly, and you'd never hear the end of it ever. And you're not grateful. And this is pissing me off. No one in America is trying to shove it up Europe's ass that we're much better than them in every possible dimension. And that's good, but also come at me, bro, because if you do, I will, and you will lose because you're not great. Like, especially post the myth of World War II. Like, you weren't doing well before that, actually. It's not. I've seen people worried about Trump's trade war making the U.S. unable to maintain our world peacekeeping abilities. I don't want to be the world's peacekeeper at all, as outlined. And part of that, like, the thing that's holding the myth of World War II together is our presence in Europe. The minute we withdraw our forces, the World War II myth in practice collapses. Because the United States has been holding the entire world together with their military for no good reason at this point. The treaties are over anyway, to the best of my recollection, and this isn't working out. They've just gotten more socialist and destroyed themselves in the process anyway through immigration, and that is not good for them. And what is not good for them is also not good for us. And we're better off letting them have a war and seeing what happens, quite honestly. I hate to break it to people, but like, I've been thinking a lot about this lately. I'll give you 2 interesting sorts of facts that will be very disturbing to you. From a symbolic perspective, you can tell immediately who has the superior story. Okay? A lot of people use an empty cross, untarnished, as their symbol. Okay. These people are not to be taken seriously or listened to, especially about moral or ethical issues. They cannot possibly be doing what they say they're doing and following Christ. The only people that are following Christ have a crucifix as a symbol. Sorry, there's no way around that. Okay. You're not getting around the symbolism there. The symbolism is quite clear. If you want to follow Christ, you're on the cross. Sorry. It's just the way it is. The other disturbing thing is that if in fact you are taking the story seriously in the Gospels or anywhere in the Old Testament, this is all over the Old Testament. The Old Testament is full of genocide. It's full of it. I hate to break it to you. Lots of death. And it causes a problem, right? Because part of the 10 Commandments cannot be correct and the rest of the stories be true. There's a lot of killing in the Bible. Okay. Ordained by God. So I don't know what to tell you about the conflict there. I think you got a translation issue somewhere, though. I honestly do. I don't know any Hebrew. I don't give 2 craps, and I'm not going to learn it. Also, there's a fundamental conflict you need to resolve. If you want to go with the Gospels, it's pretty freaking clear. No death, that's not a thing. You have to kill your Savior. in order to be saved. Okay. This idea that we can live in a world where people are not being killed for the good of everybody is anti-biblical. I'm sorry. I don't, there's no way around that. It kind of sucks. I get that. Because now the hard problem begins. Who do we get rid of? But actually, that is the only question worth asking. And it matters because of things like mimicry. Because if you let bad people live, I mean this technically and completely and non-hyperbolically, other people will mimic that bad behavior, period. Now, they may mimic it anyway, but you can kill them too. So this problem burns itself out pretty quickly unless you don't do that, in which case the world gets worse. Sorry, like at some point you just got to face the reality of what happened and what is written about it and how it all works, because that's Old Testament, New Testament, and the way the world actually unfolds. I don't know what else to tell you. This idea of avoiding death and avoiding killing is ridiculous, and it cannot work. And it's very new. It's very new. Listen to Painfotainment, Hardcore History episode, if you can stand it. But you should find a way. Once you understand what he's saying in Painfotainment, and you understand the timeline, and you understand the myth of World War II, you're going to see very clearly what the problem is.
It reminds me of, because I think I've told you the story, or I might have mentioned it on one of the book clubs, but the thing where there was the guy in the Middle Ages that had that he was a highwayman essentially, and that so he would go and he would rob people, armed robbery, that type of thing. It's not clear that he necessarily, just from my recollection, if he actually killed people, but he definitely injured people and stole a lot of stuff and did a lot of property damage and that sort of thing. A very violent criminal, and he was known for this stuff in his area. And he and there was a time where he started kind of, heart was moved by grace or what have you, and he started kind of, feeling bad about the whole thing. And he finds himself in a chapel, and he starts to repent, and then he is noticed and then apprehended and taken in to be judged. And so he goes and he explains his whole thing. He expresses his contrition for everything he did. He goes and he apologizes for everything, and then has like a firm resolution to never do any of that evil stuff again. But he doesn't ask to be let off the hook. And in fact, the people go and they say, you know what, you're so forthcoming and everything that you can't live here because you got too much of a reputation. But we need more human beings like you who are actually able to fess up to their faults and their crimes and everything. So what we'll do is we'll let you go. And you should head in this direction. You could probably get a job and everything, and you can settle and have a nice life and everything. And we'll let you go. And he said, no, you have to kill me.
You have to kill me. Yeah.
And because he said, if you let me go, it was like, yeah, I appreciate it. It's a very gentlemanly execution kind of thing that's going to happen here. But I appreciate the gesture. But other people will notice this, and then they won't be serious. Right. And they're just going to do whatever they're doing, and then try to say what I said, but excuse themselves and try to make you guys, force you to let them go. So you have to set the example. And so they did, and it was a very cordial thing. He did his actual confession and everything like that, and he was just like, yeah, this finishes up my cycle of all these things, and I'm going to just now kind of pay the price for what I did. Right. There's the other example of, I think it was in Egypt, you had Saint Moses the Black. I actually have a little icon of him, called as such because they thought of two Moseses, and they were like, well, what does this one look like? But he was such an awesome guy, but he was a robber as well. And he runs into like a little early monastery running from the authorities after like an armed robbery. And then he's hiding there from the authorities, and the monks there start talking to him and start telling him some stuff that he never knew. And so he goes and he renounces his life of robbery and everything. He lives there. He acquires a lot of wisdom. Actually, there's some really good stories, but and then there winds up being a case where some robbers show up to rob the monastery that he's now become a monk in, and he subdues them physically, beats them up, doesn't kill them, brings them back, and then explains his story the same way that the other guys explained to him, and then they become novices under him. And but it winds up being that eventually there's like an invasion, like not just bandits, but it's just like, okay, this is it, like everything's going to get burned down. So these three monks who turn their lives around help everybody get away, and they say, you know what, like this is going to complete our what we owe. And so they stuck around, and they just went down with the ship, and that was it. They were just like, yeah, this is how we go and we finish up the the rest of the story.
In other words, as Ixnan says, Christians are for lions. It's very clever, Ixnan. I wish I heard that more. Where'd you get that from? Did you come up with? That's brilliant.
Yeah, I think
Christians are definitely for lions. Vanderclay actually likes it when I say that too. He wrote that down. I saw him on some of the lines. Well, that's good. He stopped and typed it out. He actually takes notes when he's talking to people. Yeah, I mean, it's super important, this call it appropriate death. But then when you listen to Painfotainment on Hardcore History, you kind of realize it's nothing like what you thought. It's very, very different. And it's like, when you start to see, if you can, maybe you can't, fair enough, but when you start to see the importance of how it was done and what was done, it changes your attitude towards the importance of what was happening. Right. And that's part of the myth of World War II, is we've really lost the sense of the importance of proper ultimate punishment. And the Quakers sort of, I don't know, how would you say it? Perfected the idea of hiding away the bad people until they could be rehabilitated or something. And while there may be some merit to that system, it can't be the only system. And in the US, it's the only system. Everyone's copying the US. And that's not good. That's not good. The very Protestant idea of saving and redeeming people as persons in this material world, which is anti-biblical, by the way, completely, entirely no from the Bible, is pervasive, and it's just damaging the world. Like, it's actually damaging the world. I despise people. Like, this is my big problem. To some extent, yeah, just to sort of, just to make this clear, because I thought about saying it in the beginning, but I didn't. This realization of the importance of the myth of World War II has given me personally a great deal of peace, because it allowed me to understand something that was basically damaging me emotionally and mentally on a daily basis, which is the fact that we can't see evil behavior in the world at all, to any degree. No one can. It's horrible. Right? For me, it's like, look, this bank stole my house, flat out stole it. When I tell people that, they make excuses for the bank immediately. First of all, it's a bank, guys. Like, come on. Second of all, I'm not wrong. I did nothing wrong, and they did everything wrong. Really, I'm actually 100% innocent, and I can prove that on paper with thousands of pages of evidence. And other people have the same experience. It's not me, and no one sees that. No one. 60 Minutes did a whole special on a company that was forging documents to allow banks to do foreclosures. No one went to jail. No one went to jail. No one went to jail. Are you kidding? I'd line them up and shoot them all. I'm not joking. I would absolutely do that because I think you have to. Like, I don't know why, right? When I tell people, no, everything that my mother and stepfather owned, all my memories of my mother and my stepfather were stolen by a non-family member. They immediately start making excuses. Immediately. Not everybody, but almost everybody does that. And I'm like, what is this behavior? Are you freaking, what circumstances on this planet can you come up with where that's okay? Ever. Just tell me the circumstances where that wouldn't be evil. Just go ahead. And I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying you can't come up with them. But your first response is to make excuses for this having happened to me? What is wrong with you? Like, this is ridiculous. Right? And we can't see innocence at all because there's no goodness in the myth of World War II. None. It's not there. There are heroic characters like FDR, who was a scumbag, and Churchill, who he was a great guy. I love Churchill also. Not spotless. for good reason, maybe, but like, and that's why this is happening. But realizing that has actually helped me quite a bit personally. So that's what, because this is a dangerous, I mean, all the things I'm saying in this stream are about as dangerous as they get. Right. So I did it for that. I did it, you know, I mean, not just to help everybody, also to help everybody, really, because I wanted everybody to know. Right? Because this is actually okay. This makes a lot more sense now as to why people are treating things this way. And it's not just me. I see injustices all the time. And I can't convince anybody that they're real. I can't. It's impossible. They're like, well, it's not really an injustice because, you know, there's some reason we can come up with materialistically why this might not be the way it is. And I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense. Why are you talking like that? But people do it all the time. I was in this big Twitter battle with Jordan Hall, who's worse off than I thought, which is sad. You know, and he just doesn't understand. I mean, I'm like, dude, you're using the word meta to mean above, and it means outside, and you're not identifying things. And he can't identify things. And then his defenders are like, but he did identify it. And I'm like, okay, what's the definition? And they don't have one. And I'm like, then you didn't identify it. You identified against. And they can't even see that. And I'm like, we're never going to get to good and bad. We're never going to get to good and bad. I can't even introduce neutral. Like, we're screwed because most of the things you do in your life are neutral. They are neither good nor bad. They're just things you have to do because there's things that have to be done. And imagine at the base level of your actions and interactions and reactions in the world, because there's 3. Weird, that number keeps coming up, by the way. Right? That I can't even talk to people about that. I mean, certain people on my Discord server are fine, obviously. Certain people who watch the channel are fine. But I can't even talk to people about that because they can't understand there's good, bad, and neutral. And it matters. And they're discernible. And it matters. And once people can discern that, they can go, oh, these are just neutral things that are not optional. It helps them tremendously. Like, their whole life turns around. I see it all the time. It doesn't turn around instantly, right? But over time, everything gets better for them. Why? Because they can place everything in one of the 3 buckets.
Mm.
And they get comfortable with the middle bucket, which is neutral. Oh, most of the things I do are not wrapped up in ethics and morals. That doesn't mean they don't have ethical and moral consequences. It just means they're not directly relating to that. And the idea of not directly relating to something, that's the idea of neutrality. It's the same concept, one layer up, right? And that's what gets you out of the binary thinking. So in other words, I can't keep people out of the damn binary thinking because of this problem, which is the flat myth of World War II. And we're so ingrained in binary thinking and middle out thinking, because World War II is middle out thinking too, right? I forgot to mention, see that video. That I can't get people out of it because they're so caught up in the myth of World War II that they, and it's weird because when you get people out of those things, out of middle out thinking, you get them into the enchanted world with three things, and you get them the idea of neutral space, and that some things, they're not optional and they have an effect, but they're not directly related. Their whole life gets better.
Yeah.
Their whole life gets better. Ixnod, maybe identifying against is the biggest myth. I don't think identifying against is a myth. I think identifying against is a side effect of binary thinking, which is a side effect of telling people they're smart when they're not. I know this well because I used to do corporate training, among other things. Most of the population, I'll go further. Most of the people who are doing programming jobs cannot ever be taught to program no matter what. Period. End of statement. So funny. I was watching Primogen. Primogen's interesting. He's more amusement. I hardly watch all his stuff, but occasionally I catch some of his videos. And he was going over, why is programming a bad job sort of a video. I think it was recent, but I don't remember now. But I was watching it today. And, one of the things that they were coming up, this guy was coming up with a number of excuses. He's selling a course. He's a good guy. It's probably a good course, right? But he's saying, you have the highest rate of suicide in programming or software engineering, whatever they're calling it this week, for these reasons. Some of his reasons, as Primogen pointed out, are completely wrong. The big reason is because they're trying to do something they're not good at. And they're failing. And, Primogen's, he's very, very good normally. He's got some gaps. And one of his gaps is blame management. And to be fair, his solution is, no, push back on management and document everything. And I'm like, well, kind of. But also, most of the people that are doing programming, they're in software engineering, cannot ever, under any circumstances, be good at it or good enough to do it as a job. I'm sorry. And that's really tough for people to hear. It's a lot like the philosophy or the theology nonsense that's going on online. Most of these people will never be good at it. A lot of the people in debates, you're not a good debater. A lot of the people like logic, reason, rationality, and they're terrible at it. And Jordan Hall kind of falls into that category. Like, he thinks he's much better at this than he is. He actually had the gall to say to me, well, I watched a few of your videos, which I was very excited about. I'm like, oh, good. So hopefully that'll help, right? And he goes, I see where you've gone wrong. And I'm like, bro, I've proven to you that you're the one that's gone wrong. But if you want to think I've gone wrong, go right ahead. You're not going to get any better. I'm trying to help you. I had no reason to engage with you whatsoever, right? And I look, I'm still open, but also like that level of arrogance when you're trying to help somebody, and they're like, I see where you've gone horribly wrong. It's like, I'm not wrong. I'm sorry. You're the one that's wrong here. I don't know what to tell you. I've given you all the evidence, and I have a whole YouTube channel to help you, and all you want to do is call me wrong and not get help. What am I going to do? But that's the world we're living in. It's very sad because it's just a few little concepts, and they don't take effect right away. I think that's part of the problem. People want like instant answers. They don't take effect right away, and they have huge consequences. Like, you can't have a big programming job, bro. I think the best you can do is, would you like fries with that? And there's a nobility in that, right? There's a nobility in that. Ixnod, Jordan Hall was part of the Game B crowd. I know he was. Game B is so ridiculously stupid. There's a very early video on my channel where Manuel and I dissect one of these Game B videos that they put out. I
saw it. Yeah, it's terrifying.
It's a terrifying video. You want to see the myth of World War II? There's some remnant in that video of the myth of World War II. We go over it in there too. Not in that way, but it's there. Like this is the problem. And unfortunately, Jordan Hall's been told he's very smart. And here's the real here's the tragedy, Jordan Hall. And again, like I'm open, bro. I think I looked it up. Jordan Hall's 3 hours from me, 3 hours and 10 minutes. I'll drive up there. I'm actually rather motivated. I'll drive up there. Basically, Jordan Hall, when he's with like Jonathan Peugeot or he's talking with very down-to-earth, well-grounded people, gets very, very close to getting better. And when he's with Vervaeke and Peterson and these other guys, he's so off in space. It's a tragedy. It's an absolute tragedy. Jess, I had no idea you ever watched any of my live streams. I'm pleased to see you, sir. We should do another stream or two, by the way. Maybe not on Job, although do you know anything else? Can you talk about anything, Jess, without relating it to Job? There's a challenge. It's good to see you. It really is. What is the name of that video? Off the top of my head, I don't recall because I'm sick, mostly. Not only because I'm sick. It is a very old video. It might have been a live stream for all I remember. Was it actually a live stream? Or
no, I think it was a video.
Oh, no, it was a recorded video. Now I remember. Oh my God, dude, that was so much work. Oh, good Lord. That was like 4 days of work from Manuel and I. Back when I could get Manuel to work. That was a lot of work. That was a very lot of work. Oh man, I remember the notes for that. We went back and forth on the notes. Yeah, that was a nightmare. Oh, you know what? I should use the search function because I bet it's in here.
Oh, it's called
Commentary Game B intro. That's what it's called.
3 years ago.
Yeah. Why do I have 2 of them showing up on my list?
I only see one.
Oh, it just shows up twice for some weird reason. I will post the link since someone made me go find it. We should talk about Plato's Cave. I only know Job. We should talk about Plato's Cave. Bro, I am up to talk about Plato's Cave with anyone. Make sure you see my video first. There is the Game B video. It's quite good. There was seriously, it's 4 days of work in that video. Like we were working on it full time. I think we probably put 10 hours a day into that stupid thing. It was a lot of work. We did a lot of notes. We went through frame by frame practically. Sally helped us too. Most welcome, sir. Anytime. If you need anything, Jess, that I can get for you, you just let me know, bro. Jess and I had a wonderful time in Arkansas, by the way.
Oh, very nice.
Convivium. Yeah, he was at Convivium.
I enjoyed your guys' videos.
Yeah. We need to do more. I was at my aunt's when I did that video. But we need to do more videos. I need to get him away from those little cults. It was nice to hear PVK's video today. He was using Peterson's sphere. So although he says the Peterson sphere has collapsed or whatever, I'm like, no, that's not how that works. It's not going away. Like the change that has been made by your interaction with Peterson is not going to vanish overnight as much as you're trying to get rid of him and replace him with something. Yeah, we should do like Plato's Cave. I'm always up to talk about Plato's Cave. That would be wonderful. I'm a little disappointed that video is not more popular. That people continue to put out videos of Plato's Cave and just lie about what Plato says and say the opposite effectively of what the point of book 7 is. It just pisses me off. I knew, Castle. I knew my whole life. I knew from when I was young, from when I was a teenager. Do not read this book. You are going to be angry for the rest of your life if you read this book. And so I waited a very long time. And now I've read the book and I have been angry every day since. And I have been made more angry on a regular basis. just from the YouTube algorithm showing me yet another new video about somebody misunderstanding Plato's Cave and then spewing it all over the internet.
That's why I have YouTube just open up straight to my subscriptions. So I don't get any suggestions.
Sally Joe, Game B was the first metagellical. Yeah, I think that's actually right, Sally. Metagellicalism is another universalism. That's why I said universalism is strong, right? The idea that everyone's doing what we're doing and we're sneaky evangelicals, and therefore everyone's metagellical, so they can be universalists. Like there's the universalism right there. It's just so bad. It's so negative for the world. There's no universalism, and that the universalism is just there's no hierarchy. It's like no, there's definitely a hierarchy, and this is what frustrates me about the Orthodox is that the hierarchy is not deep enough, and so they're not helping at some level, unfortunately. Ixnon, those little cults seem to be following the Peterson pattern. Yeah, well, they really are. I mean, they were always going to blow up and fight and battle anyway. They had been doing it from the beginning. It's sad because I tried to avoid it. I'm actually, honestly, absolutely heartbroken that PVK did not pursue fixing the thing that he correctly identified. That was picking people up where Peterson left them off and taking the rest of the way. Even if I maybe vehemently disagree with his idea of the rest of the way or something. I always thought that was a worthy mission. And I was always hopeful that he was actually going to follow through with that. And I thought I gave him more than enough tools to help him. And instead, I'm not mad about this necessarily, but everyone takes my work and corrupts it instead. I'm like, why can't you just take it and work with me and use it? I can help you. You go off and use it by yourself. I don't care. I don't need extra work. I got my own projects, but like, nope. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. But hopefully we got the book coming, Castle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So we'll find out. I got to figure out how to sell it and stuff because I don't think I want to use Shopify and any of that. So I know you got more info to get me, but somebody was like, you should use Amazon. And I'm like, I don't even know if that's an option given our requirements for paper and all that other nonsense. But we'll find out. We'll do some more research. In any case, we're going to have a bunch available. Maybe not as many as hopefully not as many as people want. That would be wonderful if we had more orders than we had initial print runs.
That would be nice.
That would be amazing. I think I would cry, tears of joy, but cry nonetheless. Yeah, and then we'll pursue the game that I have that I've come up with. Freaking amazing. I'm like, oh no, this is amazing. Like, no, we pulled this one off. Like, this is great. So, yeah, I got to do more work on it. I mean, the mechanics, I can't do game mechanics. I mean, there was a time when I could have, but like those days are over. And if I keep getting sick, it's going to be more over. But the game mechanics need to be worked out. But actually, the way the game can work, and it can't, like I validated it. No, this is doable because I based it on existing games. It just fits remarkably well with the work overall. Like it fits way in with everything that I'm talking about and everything that I think is correct. And it has the same aspect in it as the book does. If you read the book from beginning to end, I actually think yes, we can do that twice in a row.
Nice.
And yeah, I think so. I can't be 100% sure because you're never sure of your own work anyway. But yeah, I think so. And I do have to get back to it. I've just been totally distracted and unable to focus. And I also really want to listen to Neil deGrasse on Christian Baxter's channel because that was really good. I didn't hear the whole thing. Neil deGrasse is a better apologist for Christianity than any YouTube apologist I've ever heard.
Oh my goodness, I can't. Yeah, recently you talk about stuff that sets you up to just be mad forever.
Yeah.
Just within the last week, 2 weeks, something like that, 10-day range. There's a bunch of stuff because I don't look at theologians.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't look at them because all the work has been done. But by like very few people. But I saw some of these ones that are like claiming to be theologians and apologists, and it's actually the worst. Like people that I never paid attention to, whose names I've heard many times, not really in the environments that I'm in, but I've heard the names pop up, or I've seen them kind of mentioned in little places and everything, and it's just like, really? That's what, and it's universalism. Like that's pretty much
right.
But for ideas, and it's just it's complete garbage.
Which it's amazing to me too, because I know with pretty much 100% certainty that almost no one who's going to listen to CBACs is going to understand what Neil deGrasse is saying and how good it is. But like he gets into the whole thing about like explicitly about I can know you and be friends with you without knowing the whole of you, right? Which is the same message I'm sending to some extent, which is knowledge is irrelevant, right? You can follow a procedure and gain the understanding of somebody that allows you to like become better friends with them or whatever, right? Whether it's, driving up to New England and stopping and spending the evening at Bruce's wonderful little event, and then him being kind enough to let you sleep in his living room, so that you can continue your journey, or whatever, going to DC because I went to a DC event, or going to Arkansas, right, and meeting up with Jess and a bunch of other people, right, or going to South Dakota on your way up to Thunder Bay, right? These are all things I've done. Those are all modes of interaction. But Bruce, it's good to see you. How much of my stream did you catch?
None. Sorry, man. I popped on because I wanted to be sure to show some solidarity in the event that there weren't many folks here. So I am sorry.
That. I am sick as a dog, so I super appreciate that. Castle has saved us. No, we were talking about the myth of World War II and the flattening of the world. Universalism as the emerging terrible myth.
Dangerously close to that rail. Dangerously.
Oh, dude, I went all the way over. Yeah, this is. I will actually be a little shocked if this particular stream doesn't get a lot more views, because some of the stuff I'm talking about is just like, you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm going to talk about that because we're at that point. Like even Twitter this morning, like validated me talking about this now. And I was shocked that happened. I was absolutely shocked this morning. And then I was delirious and asleep, but now I'm okay. Drugs help. Take lots of ibuprofen.
So are you sick, or is it allergies, or both? Or
no, my entire digestive system has decided to
throw
a coup against me, and there's milk of magnesia involved and all kinds of things, and we're like taking all kinds of. I have BioLite. I've had 2 bottles of BioLite today already. By the way, BioLite is magic. So if you're sick, you should take BioLite because it works better than Vita Coco for illness.
Yeah. So, well, you're a trooper for pushing on with that. So, it's hard to keep on with those symptoms.
Yeah. No, it's been a hell of a day, Bruce. I was asleep for like 2 hours. I was so upset. Yeah, I got the heating pad going just before the stream and everything. I'm like, nope, we're going to do this damn stream, and hopefully it won't get interrupted. And it didn't. So thanks to Castle to some extent. But it's been successful. And I really needed to talk about this. So it's been good. How are things on your end? What's going
on? Man, just work is quite busy. So it's a lot to juggle these competing priorities, right? Whether it's work, children, church, personal, wife, all those things. It's a lot to juggle. So
you should juggle the children. I want to see a video of that.
I've given myself a hernia before, so might happen. Might happen again.
What's
Yeah,
my rule, Bruce? What's my rule for you?
yeah. Stop getting sick. Stop going to the
Yes,
hospital.
that is my rule for Bruce. That
I'm
is
doing pretty
correct.
well lately. I'll say that, man.
Good,
Nice.
good.
And so, yeah, the myth of World War II, it is in some sense, just to give credit where credit's due. We need some shared myth,
That's
right,
right.
in the world.
That's right.
So
That's right.
this seems to be the myth du jour to some degree.
Myth is not optional. Yeah, that was one of my points. Like myth is not optional.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But I
it's
do think that,
crumbling now. It's over. It can't
well,
contain
and this
anymore.
is, yeah. And so you have narratives, and then you have a accepted narrative, and then you have what we like to call reform of those narratives to the trueness of
Mhm.
what the genesis was of that. And so that's inevitable at some point that will happen. But the difficulty is there's growing pains, fallout, all kinds of people dissenting to those to say new information or right information or whatever that might be. So that's part of what might be going on. I'm not going to call it right now, but it definitely feels like that.
I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna comment on that in a minute. Ixnon, you stop getting sick, Mark. Thanks, man. I wish I could. I'm glad someone's telling me though. That helps actually quite a bit. Yeah, if I had more resources, perhaps I could engage and stop getting sick. Although I'm not sure that this particular problem is related to my other problems. It might be. I've only had this twice now, but the first time was only like a couple of months ago, and not eating seems to have fixed it last time. Although I suspect that there's a larger thing going. I've got lots of little indicators. It could be related to the immune system illness, but actually, I don't think it is.
Yeah,
Everything gets exacerbated by your stupid immune system illness, which I would like to fix because that would solve a lot of problems. But
I agree.
that was too bad too, because I've been doing really well lately. Like I've been getting a sheep load of work done, and I've been super happy. And then recently, my brain got worse, so it's like, no, the brain fog is back. No. So yeah, well, it's nice when the AIs work because then I can get a
Yeah.
ton of work done without having to think about it. Actually,
Speaking of
not so
found
bad.
time, AI and found time, buddy,
Right?
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
So you either find time, and the question is, what do you do with that time you found?
Yeah. Well, no. I'm getting time back because I'm losing
there
a
you go.
ton of time
There
in
you go.
my illness.
Mhm.
So yeah, leveraging the technology is the only thing that's kept me able to even do YouTube channels and stuff. Because
Yep.
I would like after I was done sort of taking care of mom and in the throes of, we'll say even before the lawsuit, but like in the throes of dealing with her passing, I wasn't able to do anything. Like, it was completely worthless. Yeah, it was not good. And my illness was of course exacerbated by the emotional turmoil, we'll say. But I wanted to harp on something you sort of said, Bruce. Your definition of reform is like getting closer to the truth. I wonder if that's really the difference between, we'll say, true reform and Protestantism as such. Because the Protestants, aside from universally being the dumb people, the low IQ version of whatever it is they're doing, and I'll die on that hill because that's an unassailable position. The theology is just for children. It's interesting that a more nuanced approach that's appealing, we'll say, outside of, we'll say, mere error or something, is being taken by, we'll say, your camp, which would by the way, just in case, just to be clear, the CRC would not qualify. Bruce's people would eat them for lunch. They're not true reformed at all.
Not anymore.
They're a bunch of weaklings, and they would get chewed up by Bruce's denomination. That's for certain. It's an interesting thing that I, when you made that distinction, that I noticed. I thought that was fascinating, actually.
Yeah. I do think that far too many people take reform or what. Let's see. Take a current example. When folks are attempting to right the ship with regards to the myth of World War II, you effectively have people taking the traditions of society and telling them that this has been taken for granted and or relinquished in as far as wielding it rightly, right? Because there is a way, there's an absolute way to hold World War II, World War One, Great War, as so many atrocities that occurred, while also getting at the truth of what was happening. But if you're axe grinding or looking for oppression narrative, that doesn't become so easy. So I think that's kind of you're seeing a sort of religion, and I would say, it's not whether but which. So for many people, it is their religion, and you're riding their ship in some sense, or trying to, because they've been practicing a tradition that's not in line with the trueness of that religion.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, in order to right the ship with respect to the Great War, even though I would argue you have to go back to Napoleon, which means you have to go back further, right, to the French Revolution, which means you have to go back further to the beheading of the French king, which probably you have to at least understand the disaster that was Henry VIII, and the significance of that. Which is obviously wrapped up in the Protestant catastrophe that people call a Reformation. There is the thing that does the damage is the materialism and the individualism. And I didn't mention this. I thought I toyed with mentioning this, but my freaking monologue was an hour and a half, which is I thought we were done with hour and a half long monologues. Apparently not. But this is a big topic. So, but like a while back, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I might have, but too bad. You have to hear it again. I actually asked the AI a few weeks ago to give me an analysis, like just a very neutral thing too. Like I forget the exact prompt. I have it written down somewhere, but like I just asked it to give me an analysis of war from 1000 AD to the Reformation, and then from the Reformation onward. And the analysis it gave was way worse than the analysis I thought was the worst case scenario. And it basically said there was a change in war. It went from, roughly speaking, it went from local to global. If you want to see that, it's on the Discord server. I posted a link to it, I think in Evil and Problems, or maybe it was Things for Wonder. But like it's a Google Doc. And its analysis was very interesting because the analysis sort of points out this engagement and change in warfare that I did not ask it to look for, right? It just kind of found that. And I was just shocked, that was the case. That it found something like that, we'll say so readily. And it was interesting that an ostensibly mostly actually neutral AI with respect to this would come to that conclusion. But it basically, like, Reformation bad for wars was the ultimate conclusion. I wish I could find it, but unfortunately, something has absolutely scrambled my
Reformation bad for creating wars, or bad for when wars
bad
are
for
happening?
warfare in general, because war goes from local to global, roughly speaking. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. It's like a 12-page report, actually.
Okay.
But like, yeah, basically, it says a lot of what I suspected, but I didn't ask it about. I just suspected, wars changed from these local skirmishes between nobles under kings to battles over empires, roughly speaking, whether it be establishment of empires or battle between empires. And it turns out that that's, yes, that thesis is correct, but in a much broader and deeper way than I had suspected. So yeah, that was actually, it was a legitimate shock to me that it was that bad. We'll say, I was like, wow, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, I knew it was bad, but I didn't think it was like that stark a difference that even an AI would kind of notice that. Like, I don't know why that is. I mean, it could be picking up, a report or a white paper or something from someone, but I didn't get that impression. I don't remember seeing that referenced. I mean, it might have been referenced. Oh, here it is. Let me grab this link and see if I can get the link. Make sure the link works before I post it, because once you post it, it's posted. Oh, that looks like the right link. Yeah, there it is. I will post the link to my doc on the comparison of warfare. It was an interesting little AI experiment that I did that worked out better than I thought.
Mhm.
Continuity and transformation. It's pretty funny. So yeah, I've pasted that in the thingy. So it's now available in the live chat. There's so many things changed. And if you kind of look at the results of the Reformation as a splintering of Christendom, I think that's a really helpful way to see how we end up with something like the myth of World War II. But the myth of World War II also, and I did mention this, is really wrapped up in psychology. That's what explains. I forget the other guy's name, and Alul and all these other clowns. They talk about marketing and stuff. There's a lot going on. There's a lot goes into it, but the idea that you can manipulate groups through psychological, pseudoscientific, because psychology is pseudoscience, pseudoscientific methods, really comes alive, just before the Great War, and then during the Great War, right? Like through that whole period. And I think one of the sneaky things about psychology in particular, and I've just been toying with this idea, so this isn't like a hill I'm willing to die on or anything, but psychology is sneaky because it gets subsumed by the second act of the Great War and then reemerges afterwards in like the 50s and 60s. And then really does its damage then. Before that, all the damage it does is at the layer of the hierarchy where it's appropriately constrained. And not that it doesn't do damage in that layer of the hierarchy, but it's in the hierarchy. In the 50s and 60s, it comes out of the hierarchy. And that was one of the things, a video that I saw was talking about it was an interview with Carl Jung in the 50s. And the interviewer was saying, your idea is all, like, everybody on the streets talking about it. And I was just terrified. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Carl Jung's ideas were known about like on the streets in the 50s. And it's one of his more damaging concepts, of course. So yeah, I think it kind of snuck up on people. And when it was taken out of the hierarchy and it came roaring back with the individualism and stuff that was now laid bare from the myth of World War II, it really wrecked the world.
Yeah. Well, if the psychological frame is the frame you're working from, it makes sense that you would have started in the individual frame. I'm not sure which is first. Maybe individual frames first.
Oh, individualism's first. But psychology is the science of the individual, fundamentally. Well, there's only two. I think there's only two concepts in psychology that aren't individualistic. So that's part of the problem. Is
Mhm.
almost all the stuff applies to one person. But the hierarchy isn't apparent, right? But it actually is. The psychologist is above the patient. And that's actually really important, because if you maintain that and the psychologist is competent, it can work. The thing that people don't realize is, and this is what people don't realize with anything, in psychology, and even Peterson, I mean, I think Vervaeke talks about this more, but even Peterson mentions this, if I remember correctly. All the psychological methodologies, like the CBT and all that nonsense, they all work for a while, and then they stop working, and a new psychological method kind of takes over. And if you could do second order logic, and most people can't, so fair enough, you would realize really quickly the only reason why that would be possible is if the psychology is not the thing, and you have a bunch of competent people, and then when they adopt something and they're successful at adopting that thing, other people mimic them. But then as other people mimic them, the apparent effectiveness of it goes down. That's the only way to explain that effect, as it turns out. Now, I know that because I'm a data scientist, among other things. And like, that's a pattern that shows up in data science pretty clearly, right? Which is the effect is watered down the more you use it, right? But that only happens because you're bringing in average or mediocre or less than average. Or in data, it would be low quality data, right? You flood your data set with low quality data, and then your algorithm stops working. Right, that explains all of social media, by the way. And then, right, because they do these tests on very specific sets, and then of course they work on the sets they test on. But then when they roll the algorithm out to a wider set, it has weird effects and doesn't do what they think. That almost always happens. There's a few exceptions to that because there's some algorithms that work, but that idea is that because Vervaeke talked about this quite a few times. He said, look. The effectiveness of the psychological method you're using tracks with the practitioner and not with the method at all. But then when people see the method is successful and not the practitioners as good, they copy the method, and then the method becomes unsuccessful because they suck, and it doesn't matter what method they use. Right, and I went over this earlier, Bruce, where I was talking about, including most of the programmers, so-called programmers or software engineers in the industry, they can never be taught to be good software engineers ever.
Yeah.
And that's why the suicide rate's so high, I think.
That's
something
interesting.
no one talks about.
Yeah. I've noticed that. Just personally speaking, there's definitely I'm well aware and submitted to the limits I have in the world of programming. I've been doing this for 15 years. There's a limit there, and I totally admit that. So,
yeah,
and that I'm well adjusted to the idea that there's going to be someone else that could do that work better than I, even though I understand how they're doing it, right? In some sense, right? I can understand the method by which they get there, but implementing it is not so simple.
Well, you have the knowledge, but you don't assume that the knowledge conveys the competence, because you know what competence is. And unlike most people, and that it's separate from knowledge, and that you have no crossover. You don't need knowledge to be competent, and competence doesn't convey any knowledge, and knowledge can't convey competence. Like, it's just, there's no overlap at all. And people don't want to hear that in the age of gnosis, where knowledge is the highest value and knowledge is conveyed through propositions alone, making propositions the highest value, which is just ridiculous. And that is part of why the age of gnosis is why the myth of World War II emerges.
Yeah.
Because of the viability of the myth of World War II. We can just tell a story, and then people will believe it because that's what a myth is, right? And then Joseph Campbell comes along later and sort of solidifies that. And ironically, he's the consultant on Star Wars, the story consultant. And I'm just like, oh my God, like this is it. The threads get wild when you start looking at this stuff. Holy macaroni, do the threads just like you can't. I mean, you can't make this up, right? Like it's truth is stranger than fiction. Like wow, I mean, Joseph Campbell is the most damaging individual. Oh my goodness, he probably was an individual. That's why he wrecked the world. What a jerk off. I just hate that guy. Ugh. I mean, even Freud and Jung are like way better than Joseph Campbell. And people are still talking about the hero's journey. And I'm like, there's no such thing as it. What are you talking about? Why are you talking like this? It's crazy talk.
Yeah, I even see Peterson going this way and putting on these sort of Campbell lens.
Yeah.
And you can see
Oh,
it
we love
especially in
Campbell.
you can see it in his biblical series.
Yeah.
When he starts doing
Yeah.
the Old Testament story and narrative.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, this is well, first of all, it's not new. But secondly,
Yeah.
this is so anemic because
Right.
the vastness of the story's meaning is so much higher than what he's putting
Right.
forth.
Right. But we've
So
got the
reductive.
flat world from the myth of World War II. And it's such an upgrade from that people don't notice, except a bunch of the, we'll call them so-called Christians. Sally Jo likes the word anemic. That's good. Anemic is the right word. Yeah, it's anemic in the way that it's disenchanted or insufficiently enchanted or something, right?
Mhm.
Because it's flat hierarchy still. Because he doesn't get hierarchy either. He's still a leftist, right? He's still a socialist. Fundamentally, that's part of my thesis. I went over that earlier. But ultimately, the some of the quote Christians notice this, but what they do is they say, no, we can improve upon Peterson's story. And of course they can't, because A, they're incompetent, and B, they don't understand what the hell he's doing at all, because they don't have the right frame. They just think he's doing poor apologetics. And they're like, but we're better apologists. And A, they're actually not. And they should know that just from his success alone. But they're too stupid to use their own measures to figure out that they're retarded, which is too bad, because like you should realize when you're retarded. It's really important. Like I like Bruce's humility of I'll never be a good programmer. Right? I use the AI now. Right.
I mean,
too,
I've never
buddy.
thought that it was important enough to be great at any of these things, and that's why I'm a DevOps and engineer, is because
Right.
the ability to put systems together is more important than doing the thing, right?
Integration. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there's an argument to DBAs, right? Like I'll give them some credit. Like I can't.
DBAs are invaluable. A good
Yeah,
DBA is worth
yeah.
a million programmers.
I
sure.
totally agree because it makes them better. But
it makes them
yeah,
possible. You
exactly.
can't be a good programmer with bad data
exactly.
setup.
So integrating that is somewhat harder, but everything else, like the integration of those tools, is much more important than the ability to say be a great, let's say, kernel developer, right? Like,
right.
That's awesome, but I don't have to know those particulars.
Right.
Right. You know, why do I? And this is kind of what's going on with Peterson. He's not willing to in some sense, let others do that work, I guess. And then he's surrounding himself with yes men too.
He's just run out of tools.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's part of the collapse of the myth of World War II is other people are coming along telling what I'm calling bad stories, and they're bad storytellers like Peterson, and their little myths are running out of room. They're running out of runway. They've got an expiration date on them. They can only hold so much. And I think that's the problem. And like PVK did a good video today. Actually, it's only 34 minutes or so. It's not bad. But he doesn't see it either. Because he's looking at it from the Peterson is does bad apologetics, but like he was talking again about the sort of the power of Peterson's biblical series and stuff. And I'm like, I've already told him this like on stream. Like, bro, that's not his most popular work at all. You're actually missing everything if you think that's his most popular work. And the indication from the data, I can't say definitively. I understand that. I am a very good data scientist. However, the indication from the data is that a bunch of people watched the first thing he did in Canada, where he walked through the Bible in, he rented a hall, watched the first one and dropped off, which means it wasn't very good. So who stayed? The people who stayed were not Christians. They were not familiar with the Bible.
Well,
it's not that he re-enchanted the world for what I call the crisis of faith people, for the people who had dropped out of the church. It's that he enchanted the world, not re-enchanted, enchanted the world for the materialists, for the meaning crisis people. That is what happened. That's
what I think he did.
Certainly what happened.
Yeah, this is my take. What I think he did was he gave people a relativistic tool to square the fact that they're in the West in a biblically based world.
Yeah.
And they hear, know, and encounter biblical language all the time. But they rebel against that because they're rebels, right? They don't want the constraints of the law of God, right? But they found something in their language. This is probably the same thing that happened with Jung, that could give them tools to relativize this and feel as though they could integrate. And the evangelical types saw this as another way to get nickels and noses. Now, are they intentionally trying to get more people and money? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. That's how it played out.
They see it as an upgrade to evangelicalism, and that's why I was accusing. Yeah, but I was accusing them early on as wanting to do sneaky evangelicalism, and I was 100% correct. And the proof for that is the fact that PVK and those little cults are using the term metagelical. And I'm like, well, yeah, you want to make everybody an evangelical to make your tribe bigger to justify your reprehensible preaching. But to be fair, Bruce, I want to modify what you said a little bit because I don't disagree with most of it. But there is a contingent of meaning crisis people, of people who actually, like John Vervaeke, even though he doesn't quite qualify as meaning crisis because he did have a church upbringing. Like, these people are wholly unfamiliar with Christian terminology, wholly unfamiliar. Like, they've never heard these words before at all. It's not that they're rebelling against them as such. They're just new to them, and they have no purchase because
they
weren't
point.
brought up with. Yeah, they weren't brought up with them. That's why I make the crisis of faith versus meaning crisis delineation, and then say, well, of course the meaning crisis tools help, especially for crisis of faith people who've fallen too far down the well or something. I got to get an animation for that. I know Ick's not in here. PVK is too flat world. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're seeing that too. It's too bad. PVK could do a lot of good in this world if he took his own thesis early on seriously about helping the people that Peterson, getting people from where Peterson left them off the rest of the way. That was the right answer. I just don't know why he didn't do that.
Well, yeah, and I've tried to square that. Hard to do. And to be as charitable as I can. Maybe he did catch them, some of them, but in a winsome attitude. He didn't push them to kill that old self. Right.
He caught a bunch of them, but he didn't bring them out of it. Right. Which is ironic because the person that did the most work, who started, quote, bridges of meaning and got those people across those bridges, had to leave. He had to leave. Right. Why? Well, because those people were going to live on those bridges forever. They were never going to cross over that bridge. But PVK caught them. PVK catches people all the time. It's just he has a high churn rate, which should tell you that he's doing something wrong because high churn is not good. And he doesn't send people anywhere. And that is, so some people just remain trapped in those little cults. and they're probably going to remain trapped there forever. Some of the stuff they say is outrageous. And I mentioned this earlier. There was a great Christian Baxter had a talk with Neil deGrasse. Neil deGrasse awesome. Even though he's Orthodox, he's awesome. I really like him. But like he was doing the best Christian apologetics that I've ever heard. But he was saying stuff that I know that audience. I know them. Like Luke was there, for example. I know Luke doesn't actually understand what Neil was saying, right? In the way that Neil meant it. But he was saying, like, you can't know somebody, like, you don't need to know somebody because you can't know them when you first meet them in order to become friends with them. And no matter how good a friend you are of them, you never know them fully. But that doesn't matter, right? The knowledge is not important, is effectively what he was saying. But like they don't agree with that at all. They think knowledge is everything, right? They're constantly going, but you didn't read this passage of the Bible. And it's like, oh my God, stop. Please stop.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even that entirely, right? There isn't really a lot of Bible in that.
No. There's tons of Bible in that, Bruce. This is maybe where we diverge slightly. It's just it's their private personal interpretation. And it has nothing to do with a unified idea, or better yet, a whole interaction or participation with the beliefs. It's not there. I mean, it's not. He caught people in a net instead of helping them up. Yeah, the PVK very much caught them in a net, or allowed them to stay in his little net. I mean, he helps the homeless people too. I mean, homeless people online, homeless people in Sacramento. It doesn't matter to him, right? He doesn't care. He doesn't care if they're drug addicts. He's not going to help them kick the habit, right? And so they're constantly using the Bible. It's just they're using their own personal private interpretation of the Bible because they have nothing else and they will accept nothing else. They won't accept anybody else that, like Nate Heil. Nate Heil absolutely refuses to understand that you cannot be a Christian anarchist. That is an impossible situation. He refuses. It's not that it's not there in every translation of the Bible. And that it's not there clearly, we'll say one layer up. It's just he refuses to engage with it. Absolutely flat out will not. He won't even argue with me about it. He just says I'm wrong. And I know I was wrong if I listened to him more. And I'm like, do me a video and explain how Christ crucifying himself on the cross and telling everybody, no, I'm not going to try to escape. I'm going to submit to the authority. Has any overlap with anarchy at all? Just explain it to me, right?
It's just a new theme.
That isn't a fundamental conflict.
It's just a new theme on hippie Jesus, man. I mean, that's
Gnostic, heretical, pagan cults around hippie Jesus. That's what most Christianity is. Yeah.
It's a scourge. I mean, it's everywhere, right? There's no limitations.
Well, you know what?
Killing
Though,
of yourself.
That's where the hippie Jesus comes from, right? Because we've got the myth of World War II, and there's one. I know Ixnat. I think Ixnat's been brought over to my side. Penultimate evil, right? Embodied, right? But there's no goodness in the myth of World War II. There's some hero figures, roughly speaking, but there's no goodness in World War II. And maybe the goodness in the myth of World War II pops up in the 60s with hippie Jesus. And maybe that's why, because we needed an ultimate good guy that was the ultimate opposite to the ultimate evil.
Well, think about both things that are happening. You have World War II, right? No goodness. And then you have Vietnam.
Right.
So you have the conscientious objectors. Well, who are they? Hippie Jesus people.
They're hippie Jesus. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Jesus
right there.
And then you got the Doobie Brothers who are saying Jesus is just all right with me. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what happens here. And so,
Greenbaum, the spirit in the sky.
Yeah, there you go.
You want to hear something funny about that? Here's the funniest thing in the whole world. And if you don't think this is funny, I kind of understand. But also, if you think about it long enough, you'll think this is the most hysterical thing that ever happened. he can't do that song again. The technology of the pedal that he used is not reproducible, and he lost the originals, is fried or something, and no one can reproduce that sound that he used in Spirit in the Sky. He's still trying, which is even funnier to me. And he's a one-off. He's a goat farmer or something somewhere.
Yeah.
He's like, he didn't stay in music. He just did the one song and left, pretty much. He did like one or two albums or something, and then like went on and did something better with his life.
I think that's definitely involved.
Well, all the music around Spirit in the Sky, around Jesus Is All Right with Me, Love the One You're With, right? The whole hippie Jesus movement, but yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, the hippie Jesus is the penultimate good to the or the ultimate good to the penultimate evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it was really convenient too, because you have the myth of World War II and not in Vietnam, and then you have the civil rights movement. So you have these sort of two, maybe three evils.
The civil rights movement is based on hippie Jesus too. Do nothing bad, right? Don't whip people from the temple. Don't do anything, right? Be conscientious objectors, basically. Yeah. But I think that pops out of the myth of World War II again, because there's no goodness. So that it's a bad myth and it needs to be rectified, because you only have evil. And over time, right? And then that's what we're dealing with now. I mean, that's why Daryl Cooper got all the flack, because he attacked the one good character in the whole myth. Right.
Yeah.
Or the most good character in the whole
Even the
myth.
US isn't seen as the good character with Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Right.
We're seen kind of as the bad guys in
and
that by most people.
Right.
Yeah.
FDR does not come out clean, right? Because he's fundamentally evil for many reasons. But yeah.
Yeah. So the only guy you got is Churchill.
That's right. Yeah, I went over that in the.
Well, you can't. Yeah, you can't attack that sacred calf.
Right, but he did.
Yeah.
And he did so poorly. Like there's legitimate
he
reasons to attack Churchill in the way that he did. He's just such a bad historian that he doesn't know them, which that to me is a crime. Like this is the sort of crime that makes me want to murder people right there. Like, dude, if you're going to do your history wrong and be right, now I need to kill you. Like,
right. That's kind of what Murray was getting at without being smart enough to do it. Right. He was
trying. Murray's worse.
Like, agreed. But he was trying to point out the fact that Murray, or rather Cooper, is a bad historian. But he couldn't point it out. He couldn't do it.
He's not a good historian either. In fact, he lied right in the beginning. He lied right in the beginning. I'm like, bro, this is a lie. Even if you had researched it online, you could use AI or not, it doesn't matter. The research is the same. You would have known that his statement about no historian believes this is false. I knew it was false anyway. It was categorically false. I'm like, if you start out with a lie and then you attack somebody, even a crappy comedian who sucks, like you lost me totally. You've lost all my respect forever.
Yeah,
because you can't lie about stuff like
his
that.
His entire dialogue was then based on that straw man.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. But I don't mind the straw man thing. Whatever. It was the lie. Like, do not lie to me with an obvious lie and an obvious exaggeration. And here's the problem, Bruce. He may believe it because the UK, like some of the stuff that comes out of the historians in the UK is so ridiculous. I'm like, bro, where? And this one guy had a PhD from Oxford, and he was on The Rest is History, which, is normally a fairly accurate, reputable podcast. And he was saying things like, well, the East India Company wasn't exactly a monopoly. And I'm like, all right, you're just wrong. And then he said, well, the colonies said they were loyalists, but they weren't loyal to the parliament. And I'm like, you apparently don't know what loyalist means, do you? And he had a PhD from Oxford in history. I'm like, well, obviously a PhD in history from Oxford means nothing. If you don't know what a loyalist is, because loyalists were the same in the UK as they were in the colonies. and they were loyal to the king, and they were not loyal to Parliament. That was why they were called loyalists, because they rejected the Parliament just as much as the colonies did. And he did not know that. And I was like, bro, you're not a historian. You don't need a PhD. You need to be schooled in basic understanding of human nature. Like, you would not use the term loyalist to refer to people who are loyal to Parliament anyway. It doesn't make any sense because the English doesn't work. Do you understand the language? And apparently he doesn't. And he had a PhD from Oxford. I'm like, Oxford needs to be blown up. There's no point in having that school. If they're going to give somebody a PhD in history and he's going to make a stupid statement like that, that is obvious from the language to be incorrect.
Yeah.
Like, the guy was retarded.
There's a great book about this problem in history and historians by a guy named Keith Windshuttle from Australia. It's called The Killing of History. And he makes the case that sociology has destroyed historians. It's not too long. It's a couple hundred pages. And he does a pretty good amount of work in pointing out the examples of this and how sociology has infected every subject, but especially a problem in history.
So the thing for me that destroyed history, and maybe this is sociology. It could be. I'd have to actually do some research. And I'm lazy, so I probably won't. Because sociology is just psychology upgraded one layer without any enhancements, and that's why sociology is reprehensible and doesn't work. Don't tell my cousin; she's got a PhD and 2 books, but whatever. I love her dearly, but also she tried to tell me that I would be interested in her class, and I'm like, you do a class once a week. I actually had to tell her, like, you could give me 4 years of sociology material and I would probably absorb it in a week. I learn really fast. You don't understand. You actually do not. You have never met a human like me. I guarantee you. I absorb information at a rate that you cannot imagine. But the history problem is, to me, was always people are teaching history without teaching the driver of history. The driver of all history is always religion. Always. It's always religious belief. It's never anything else. And the history that I was taught initially was devoid of religion. And so, for example, the way they taught the history of the colonies was about freedom, right? But of course, the history of the colonies does not begin with the revolution, for example. The history of the colonies begins with them being thrown out of England because they were of a different religion, right? And if you don't understand that, you don't understand why and how they formed the government that is the most successful government in history, at least since the fall of the Roman Empire, but I argue in all of history. You cannot understand the formation of the United States government unless you understand the religious component that led to the colonization of this particular block of land. It's impossible, actually. And it's also impossible to understand the significance of things like how they got here instead of staying in Amsterdam. I think it's Amsterdam, but it is the Netherlands in any case, initially, because they got thrown out of there too. And if you and the narrative that's told is like they raised the money to come, to leave the Netherlands. And it's like, well, they raised the money because they got thrown out, and also they didn't raise the money. What happened is the king of the Netherlands got with the king of England, who was probably his cousin or something, because they were all related, and said, listen, I know we said we'd take these guys. They're too rabble-rousing even for us. You need to help us solve this problem. And if you don't understand that, and this is not the way the history is taught, then you absolutely misunderstand the United States and its formation. You have to understand those components. And then you have to read American Nations by Colin Woodard. But you won't understand even a simple thing like that. But like the whole impetus for what leads up to the Great War, why the Great War happens, the significance of the French Revolution and where that actually comes from. Like, you don't understand the instability in Europe is all because of the Reformation, all of it. Otherwise, the kings remain intact, right? Or at least make a comeback. You can't understand anything in history without understanding that, the religious component, the religious drivers. Unfortunately, we lost Bruce, which is very upsetting. I'm going to cry. Castle, you're muted, but I'm sure you have something important to say.
Well, I've just been kind of absorbing everything as one does. Yeah, it's just such a mess, right? Like, just the entire way that the framing has been completely collapsed. I mean,
but that's part of the myth of World War II, is reframing history in sociological terms or in non-religious terms is the way I'd frame it. But I think Bruce is right. I got to check out this book you mentioned, because I haven't heard of that before. And Aussie making a good point. Wow, that's already novel. Sorry, Andre, if you're still listening. I have to get my little barbs in somehow. I'm mad at the Aussies until Jesse gets back to me about the.
You're gonna take it out on the continent.
That's my whole. I'm a simple man. I was thinking about this the other day. Everyone's like, I want an unbiased opinion, and I'm like, I don't want that. I want people to state their biases clearly and how bad they are, so that I can make the adjustments. Thank you very much. I don't want somebody lying about their ability to be unbiased, because that's a lie, and I don't appreciate it. Anyway, you always know where you stand with me, right, Castle? Like, there's mystery. You know where I stand on every issue, and you know where my biases are, and you know where I'm being unreasonable, because I'll just tell you, or at least make it completely obvious. I don't mind at all. I think it's easier. Being honest about everything all the time is just easier, guys. It's just simpler.
I had an experience this week where I got feedback from someone. It was overwhelmingly negative about a potential project idea. And I was a little irritated about it for a while, because I was like, the way that it was presented was just, they really didn't like the idea. And then I realized, well, this is a person that I am cooperating with, and they are one of 5 people that I'm cooperating with, and they're the only one that gave me feedback. And I realized I love this person because they actually gave me feedback. And I was like, that's actually amazing. That, yes, it was overwhelmingly negative. Yes, they hated my idea and all these things. But I realized, because they hate it this much, which, like, to me was completely, it boggled my mind, because I thought it was awesome. I'll probably do it later with somebody else. But the fact is, I realized if I were to pursue this, I'd have to do it completely alone. And so she saved me so much time and some money, not a lot of money, but some money and a lot more time. And frustration with dealing with an artist, which is just like, I've been doing that for the last 10 days, going back and forth on revisions and stuff on something, and it's rough. And they would probably say the same about me. It's a very frustrating process. And I would imagine, like, the way that Sally's cover art was so good, but there was a lot of back and forth, and you were giving a lot of, like, these little revision tips and stuff, and she did a couple of iterations before the book cover art was done and everything. And I realized, that's kind of, like, I paid this guy, but he's coming back to me every day, and I'm shooting it down in 3 different ways. So in one way, this was kind of comeuppance for me. The fact that my idea got rejected, but I was like, man, I had a couple of days that I just thought, oh my goodness, they were so direct. Like, they really wanted to say everything they hated about it. But I was like, you know what, man? Like, they've got some sort of irrational enmity against the thing that I put, but at the same time, I was like, now I know, just don't mention that around them ever again, and we'll be cool. And again, like, they actually gave me feedback. I have been actually waiting on feedback from anyone in that group on one other project, it's been 4 months. I've gotten no feedback for 4 months.
Jeez.
And so the fact that somebody got back to me within a few days and shot it down, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
The other thing is going to happen because it's been 4 months and I have been slowly working on it. Now that I have more time since the book is done, I've been working on it. But it's like, if someone shot me down 3 to 6 days in, back then, it would have saved me a lot of time. So
yeah, I gotcha. No, that's funny. Yeah, one of the things I actually like about like the Discord server and stuff is nobody ever sings my praises. So I have to do it myself, and of course I'm hyperbolic about it because why not? If you're gonna do it, have fun. So yeah, every idea I have that I think is good is the best idea ever in the history of the universe, because that's how I talk most of the time. So it's good. I actually appreciate that. The most of the feedback I get is completely negative, which is great because that's what I want. I don't. Yeah, I think highly enough of myself. I don't need other people helping on that. But I appreciate it when it happens occasionally. But Ixnod, should we take bets on how many chapters we'll get through in language creation? Dude, if we don't get through 3 chapters in language creation tomorrow, I'm going to freaking have a fit, to be quite honest. I'm like pissed off about last week, and I want to get through this more. Castle, what are your thoughts on language creation tomorrow?
We're like a third of the way through 1 chapter, so I think we'll finish that one and the following one for sure. I don't have
We'd better
a lot of confidence in getting a third in, but the fact is that once we do these 2 chapters at least, we only have 2 chapters before the closing. So if we were to just do like an extra long chapter or like an extra long session, like 1 extra hour, not this week, but the following week, we could hypothetically finish it next week or at the latest the following week. So
that would be, those terms are acceptable because I'm going to be traveling. So aside from having to record a bunch of videos to keep my channel going, which is going to be hard, mainly because I've been sick. Yeah, I mean, I got to travel. I'm going to be on the road for 3 weeks.
Yeah. I need to get this done because my coworker is going to be going on maternity leave sometime in June, and that's going to be like 6 weeks. So it's just like, I need all the rest time and all this other stuff because we did that once before last year. It's like, I made it and everything, but it's just like, like I remember that. So, I mean, baby's good, right? But also like, who's thinking about me? Where am I in all this?
How come I'm not being accounted for?
Yeah, exactly.
How selfish of you.
Yeah,
worrying about the baby and not me.
Exactly. These people don't get it, but I'm glad you do. But
I do. I'm with you.
But yeah, no, I think because we only have 4 real chapters, and then we have the outro, and like that.
Yeah, the outros. Yeah, you're right. The outro. I didn't notice that because I haven't read the very last chapters. But yeah, once you said it, I sort of thumbed through them and went, oh yeah, this is fluff. We can blow through this. We can just summarize it all. It's not.
My only concern is that last chapter. Yeah, I mean the outro, the 2 chapters could be knocked out within 15 minutes, 20 minutes probably. But the last chapter might. I mean, I don't know. Like there's a lot of good stuff in here. Like it's been an absolute delight. I feel like I might not. What do I want to say? It's not that I'm going to necessarily miss it less than Moby Dick, but there was something about reading through Moby Dick and the way that we kind of stuck with it and how it really was like. I mean, this has been a longer challenge, but I felt there was a little bit of a slight emptiness feeling that I had at the end of Moby Dick when we finished that, and it's like, oh man, like that 6-month book club is over, and it was a great journey, but then also the way it ended and all this stuff. This is so much more open-ended that I think there's something like it's more fulfilling in a certain sense because it's also there isn't an ending to it. It's just like, okay, like you just go.
That could be. Yeah. Language Creation Book Club tomorrow, Saturdays. What do you have, like 39 of them or something stupid?
Oh my gosh.
Ridiculous number. Absolutely insane. But Castle. It's 4 hours in, and I'm
It is.
absolutely at the end of, because of my discomfort here. I'm at the end of my tether. What closing statements do you have for the myth of World War II?
Okay, so I have one last saint story for the folks at home. It is from somewhere around 1895-ish. And so it's pre-World War II. This is going to be a little bit in relation to, the way that you talked about how Tolkien is kind of tying in just a perspective that's just before World War II.
Yep.
You have the thing of the three buckets of the good, bad, and neutral, and everything, and then the concept of not having to relate to something directly, and that mediation. So there's a little story that I think is also useful, but also tying into the whole thing of like the necessity of those guys having to be, put to death for whatever circumstances, not prolonging the prison sentence, all those things. So you have Saint Therese of Lisieux, who is a cloistered nun in France. And at the time, I think her health might have been starting to fail her because she died super young, like 24, 25, something like that. But she received, because she's cloistered, she never left. But they would get access to the local news. And so they had like a serial killer that was in the area that had been apprehended. And so he was going to be executed. And I don't know if at the time they were using the electric chairs yet. I suspect that they might have been. But they had this guy, and he was also extremely anti-Christian, just hated everything, like complete misanthrope. Like you would see the guy, he's not like one of those charismatic serial killers. Like he was obviously just like a monster. And so they were like, yeah, we're going to kill this guy within the week. And she thought, okay, my mission this week is I'm going to go with complete confidence and I'm going to pray for this guy's conversion. Even if I never see it, I'm just going to trust that, he'll still have to pay every last little bit that he owed. Right. But at least that'll be temporary. So she goes, she takes that on as her project for that week and really leans heavily into it. And then the following week, they get the news. The guy had been executed, but the man had actually, as they had like some witnesses that were there. Again, it wasn't a totally private execution or anything like that. And it was being reported on so people could get the message. But he recognized that there was somebody that was wearing a crucifix, and he asked for it just before he was to be executed. He kissed it, repented, and then politely accepted his execution. And it's like, there's an example of a nice co-mediation and indirect relation, and not attributing the benefit of the other person to oneself, and then also not eliminating the consequences for that other person, which even in his case, like even from her perspective, didn't end at the execution, right? Like that was the first step of his paying that back. But thinking about that within the context of this thing of the U.S. military stepping in on all of these different places, that you can try to stop a chain of events of somebody is going to do something, they're always headed in that direction. You can only really redirect them when they actually recognize the issue themselves and have a resolution to amend it. That's the only time that you can kind of intercept them. Otherwise, you really do just kind of have to let it run its course. And you can still mediate from the sidelines. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things that you're just going to have to go with confidence and say, okay, they're going to screw it up or they're not, right? But past a certain point, I can only do what I can, and what I can do can be done from within the bounds of the structure that I'm in, and I don't have to go out into all these other arenas to handle it myself.
Right. Yeah, look, I appreciate everybody watching. Watch from the beginning. It's actually super important to understand the outline. There's a lot to it. I could have gone into a lot more. except that I'm limited on time and super limited on energy today because I am sick as a dog, which is too bad. But I wouldn't have tried to make it longer anyway. There's a lot of stuff I cut out on purpose. Consider for a moment, if you will, that part of what's wrapped up in the myth of World War II is this idea of death being bad, and killing being bad. And I don't think that that works the way everybody thinks it works. Painfotainment, again, from hardcore history, is such an eye-opener, especially the time frame it fits right in, and this squishing of the world, this removal, this disenchantment. If you want to know when the disenchantment of the world became an issue, it's World War II and the myth of World War II. And the reason why it takes a while is because there's a generation it remembers before, right? And a la Tolkien, by the way, and C.S. Lewis to some extent, even though I still don't like him. But then that fades, that fades away. And again, the reason why they're becoming more popular now is because people are trying to go back and get back to that. And that is the proper conduit if the age of gnosis weren't enacted, if the materialism wasn't there, if the individualism wasn't a factor, and if the objectivism wasn't in the way. And our ability to enchant the world with the number 3 and get out of the binary thinking were intact. Unfortunately, being held back by so many sources. A lot of people are flat out denying the Trinity. And I'm like, the Trinity's everywhere, including Plato. I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. The number 3 is fantastically important. You can't do it with 1 or 2. 3, everybody says, well, I'm not a dualist. What they mean is I've already rejected the Trinity and I'm going to go to 0 eventually and become a nihilist. And also it's worth considering Western Buddhism is all about the neutral state that we've lost. Everything they state about Buddhism, which has nothing to do with Eastern Buddhism, by the way, in the West, is all about the neutral state. And I think that maybe that's too hard to see, and fair enough. But I think that some people will understand that and go, wait a minute, you're right. That's the neutral state that we've pushed out in the same way we pushed out the good. And thanks to Bruce. And the good came back from the myth of World War II. There's no good people as hippie Jesus, right, in the 60s and 70s. And then once you understand all that, I think the world will make a lot more sense to some extent. If not, you should just be aware of people who don't listen to people who are stuck in the myth of World War II. The binary thinking, the materialism, the age of gnosis that acknowledges the thing. Pay attention to people with a deep hierarchy who understand the world better, who have a religious tradition, who understand history in terms of religion and not sociology. It's super important. And again, thanks everybody for watching. The book's coming soon. I'll figure out how to sell that. And thanks to Castle for making that happen, because it really is him and Sally Joe helping me with that made it work. And we'll try to get the game out soon. That'll be fun. And take care and be better, because the world needs you to be better. I'll see you next week, if all.